some further explanation of this.
We've heard all we need to know. We have to try to get out of here.
He said the rescue stations have doctors and medical supplies. If we could get care in there, we could get help for her.
No, it's one of the world's foremost authorities on space science and technology.
Willard. I saw a sign that said Willard.
Any moment.
It's only about 17 miles from here.
You know this area. You from around here?
Judy and I are both from around here. We were on our way up to the lake to go swimming. And Judy had a radio, and we heard the first reports about this. So we knew the old house was here, and we came in and found the lady upstairs dead. Then these other people came. We went down into the basement and put a bar across the door, and it is pretty strong.
How could we possibly get away from here? We've got a sick child, 2 women, 1 woman out of her head, 3 men, and the place is surrounded with these things.
Meal for NASA. Dr. Grimes, your entire staff, I know, has been working very hard to find some solution to these things that are happening. Do you have any answers at this time?
Yes, we have some answers. But first, let me stress the importance of seeking medical attention for anyone who's been injured in any way. We don't know yet what complications might result from such injuries.
How bad has your kid been hurt?
Good advice, Doctor. Now, how about the basic problem of patients? Well,
Look, you go down there and tell Judy? Yeah, you tell Judy to come up here and you stay with the kid, all right?
Direct action taken with regard to the Venus probe. In the cold room at the university, we had a cadaver from which all 4 limbs had been amputated. Sometime early this morning, it opened its eyes and began to move its trunk. It was dead, but it opened its eyes and tried to move.
They want you upstairs. Did she ask for me?
She hasn't done anything.
I don't understand. Baby. It's Mommy.
I heard. I'll come back down as soon as I find out what they want.
Thank you, Judy.
The body should be disposed of at once, preferably by cremation.
well, how long after death, then, does the body become reactivated?
It's only a matter of minutes.
Minutes? Well, that doesn't give people time to make any arrangements.
Oh, you're right. It doesn't give them time to make funeral arrangements. The bodies must be carried to the street and burned. They must be burned immediately. Soak them with gasoline and burn them. The bereaved will have to forego the dubious comforts that a funeral service will give. They're just dead flesh and dangerous.
I see.
Judy, I need you to find some bed spreads or sheets to tear up into small strips, okay? Is there a fruit cellar here?
Yes.
We need some bottles or jars. Make Molotov cocktails to hold them up while we try to escape.
Hey, there's a big can of kerosene down there.
I'll see what I can find.
I'll look for the bottles.
There's a big key ring down there. There may be a key to the gas pump on it.
I'll check.
We can toss the cocktails from a window upstairs. Meantime, a couple of us can go out and try to get the gas and come back for the rest of the people.
But that'll leave a door open someplace.
Yeah, that's right. It better be this door. It's closer to the truck. Before we go out, we'll put some supplies behind the cellar door. While we're gone, the rest of you can hold up in there.
I found some fruit jars in the cellar. And there's a key on here that's labeled for the gas pump out back.
I'm not really that used to the truck. I found it abandoned.
I can handle the truck, no sweat.
You're it, then. You and I'll go. We'll put whatever lumber we find behind the cellar door. You can go upstairs and toss the cocktails from a window. Tom, you and I will have to unboard this door. After you toss the cocktails, you hustle back down here and lock this door. It's no good to board it up because we'll have to get back in quickly. After we get the gas and get back into the house, then we'll worry about getting everybody into the truck. Now let's move it.
No place to leave safely, except to the rescue stations which have been set up. Indications are that before this emergency is over, we will need many, many more such rescue stations.
You always have a smile for me. How can you smile like that all the time? How many do you have done? Come on, honey, we gotta move.
Tom, are you sure about the phone?
The phone is dead out. All you get is a recorded message.
If I could only call the folks. They're going to be so worried about us.
Everything will be all right. As soon as we get to Willard, we'll call them. They might even be there.
I know. Tom? Are you sure we're doing the right thing, Tom?
What, about getting out of here?
Yeah.
Well, the television said that's the right thing to do. We've got to get to a rescue station.
I don't know.
Come on, honey, you're starting to sound like Mr. Cooper now.
But why do you have to go out there?
Look, I know how to handle that truck, and I can handle the pump. Ben doesn't know anything about that stuff.
But we're safe in here.
For how long, honey? We're safe now. But there's going to be more and more of those things.
I know all that.
Hey, listen. Remember when we had the big flood? Remember how difficult it was for us to convince you that it was right to leave? Remember we had to go to Willard then? This isn't a passing thing, honey. It's not like just a wind passing through. We've got to do something, and fast.
I just don't want you to go out there, that's all.
Hey, Smiley. Where's that big smile for me? Boy, you're sure you won't use it all, are you? We've got work to do, honey. And you...
We better get her downstairs.
We have to go downstairs now, Barbara.
She's right. You have to go downstairs now, just for a little while, until we get back. Then we can all leave.
Oh, I'd like to leave. Yes.
Good luck.
Yeah.
STEM is everywhere. Like here, behind the scenes of The Walking Dead.
When we break down clothes, we tumble it with trisodium phosphate, rock salt, and dish detergent.
We stitched together images of our model and created a 3D set that could be walked through in a VR headset.
We're able to turn 12 walkers into 1,000 walker hordes.
STEM can create new worlds on and off the screen. What will you make with STEM? Get inspired at SheCanSTEM.com.
¿Qué color? Perfecto, amigo.
Gracias. Thank you.
What's wrong, amigo?
Donating to a pet's medical care is one of the many ways you can help families in your community. Pets and people belong together. Learn more at petsandpeopletogether.org.
Good morning, Uglyville! Every ugly doll is unique.
I'm Moxie.
Bobo.
Wade.
Call me Slick Doll.
What?
And every child is too.
They can be pretty lovely
unbelievable.
That's why when you travel, you should make sure your child is in the right seat for their age and size.
This is why you're the wisest doll in town.
Well, keep them safe by visiting nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
Isn't that right, gibberish cat?
Couldn't be better.
Find the right seat today.
Welcome back. What did we find out so far? Barbara and Ben were not alone, as there was a group of scaredy cats hiding in the basement. Those are my favorite kind of victims, as they are easy pickings. A plan has been set, but will it work? Or will our group become zombie barbecue? Let's find out as we continue the conclusion of Night of the Living Dead.
You ready upstairs? Yeah. Okay, toss them.
in feasible space.
Isn't it 3 o'clock yet? There's supposed to be another broadcast at 3 o'clock.
10 minutes.
Oh, only 10 more minutes? We don't have very long to wait. We can leave. Well, we better leave soon. It's 10 minutes to 3.
You know anything about this area at all? I mean, is Willard the nearest town?
I don't know. We were just trying to get to a motel before dark.
You say those things turned your car over. You think we can get it back on its wheels and drive it? Where is it?
Seems like it was pretty far away. Seems like we ran.
Forget it. It's at least a mile.
Johnny has the keys.
You gonna carry that child a mile through that army of things out there?
I can carry the kid. What's wrong with her? How'd she get hurt?
One of those things grabbed her.
Bit her on the arm.
What's wrong?
Who knows what kind of disease those things carry? Is she conscious?
Barely.
She can't walk. She's too weak.
Well, one of us could try to get to the car.
You gonna turn it over by yourself?
You can't start the car. Johnny has the keys.
You have a car? Where? Where is it?
You won't be able to start it.
Yeah, I know. But where is it?
Good Lord.
Being monitored closely by scientists at all the radiation detection stations. At this hour, they report the level of the mysterious radiation continues to increase steadily. So long as this situation remains, government spokesmen warn that dead bodies will continue to be transformed into the flesh-eating ghouls. All persons who die during this crisis, from whatever cause, will come back to life to seek human victims unless their bodies are first disposed of by cremation. Our news cameras have just returned from covering such a search and destroy operation against the ghouls, this one conducted by Sheriff Conan McClellan in Butler County, Pennsylvania. So now let's go to that film report. All law enforcement agencies and the military have been organized to search out and destroy the marauding ghouls. The Survival Command Center at the Pentagon has disclosed that a ghoul can be killed by a shot in the head or a heavy blow to the skull. Officials are quoted as explaining that since the brain of a ghoul has been activated by the radiation, the plan is kill the brain and you kill the ghoul.
What do you think from the supply wagon, Gus?
No, we're all right.
Okay.
Hey, Cass, put that thing all the way in the fire. We don't want it getting up again. All right, I got you.
Chief McClellan, how's everything going?
Oh, things aren't going too bad. Men are taking it pretty good. You want to get on the other side of the road over there?
Chief, do you think we'll be able to defeat these things?
Well, we killed 19 of them today right in this area. Those last 3 we caught trying to claw their way into an abandoned shed. They must have thought somebody was in there. There wasn't, though. We heard them making all kind of noise. We came over and beat them off, blasted them down.
James, as soon as you're finished, can I see you here?
Yeah, okay.
Chief, if I were surrounded by 6 or 8 of these things, would I stand a chance with them?
Well, there's no problem. If you had a gun, shoot them in the head. That's a sure way to kill them. If you don't, get yourself a club or a torch. Beat them or burn them. They go up pretty easy.
Well, Chief McClellan, how long do you think it will take you until you get the situation under control?
Well, that's pretty hard to say. We don't know how many of them there are. We know when we find them, we can kill them.
Are they slow-moving, Chief?
Yeah, they're dead. They're all messed up.
Well, in time, would you say you ought to be able to wrap this up in 24 hours?
Well, we don't really know. We know we'll be into it most of the night, probably into the early morning. We're working our way toward Willard, and we'll team up with the National Guard over there, and then we'll be able to give a more definite view.
Thank you very much, Chief McClellan. This is Bill Cardill, WIC TV 11 News.
Thank you, Bill, for that report. Official spokesman declined to speculate just how long it may take to kill off all the flesh eaters, so long as the heavy rain...
Is the fuse box in the cellar?
I don't know. It isn't the fuse. The power lines are down. Helen, I have to get that gun.
Haven't you had enough?
But 2 people are dead already on account of that guy. Take a look out that window, quick.
only get about 4 or 5 men and a couple dogs, there's a house over here behind those trees. We want to go check it out.
Right.
You go here, Bill.
Yeah, Chief, we're going to stay with it till we meet up with the National Guard.
Where'd you get the coffee?
One of the volunteers, you're doing all the work, you take it.
Thank you. We should be wrapped up here about 3 or 4 more hours. We'll probably get into Willard then. I guess you can go over there and meet the National Guard. Nick, you and the rest of these men want to come with me?
Well, Bill, I'm checking the office, see what's happening. All right, Steve, tell them we're going to stay with it, and everything appears to be under control.
Somebody had a cookout here, Vince.
Yeah, sure looks like it, Cop.
Okay, come over. There's a group of police in the other park.
He's the dead one. Get up here. Nick, Tony, Steve, you want to get out in that field and build me a bonfire? You, drag that out of here and throw it on the fire. Nothing down here? All right, go ahead down and give him a hand. Let's go check out the house, man.
There's something there. I heard a noise.
All right, Vince, hit him in the head, right between the eyes. Good shot. Okay, he's dead. Let's go get him. That's another one for the fire.
Send the wagon through directly ahead. Over.
Keep those dogs back off of those things.
So, Everybody died in the end. What did I tell you? Easy pickings. Well, we thought Ben at least had a shot at surviving. Does this movie just keep you hooked or what? Well, that concludes the movie. We thank you for watching Night of the Living Dead with us. I'm your host, Uncle Zeke, the Dead Time Freak. And we'll see you next time here on the Creepy TV Theaters.
We started at right on time today, so we have nothing to worry about. Just enjoy ourselves and honor our little kids here today. This is their day. Aho, looking good. Awesome, awesome.
Our 3 Head Start centers and then our 2 child care centers. There's a lot of work to it. Yes, there's a lot of planning. You had to contact a lot of different people.
Everyone seems to be having a good time and enjoying themselves, and that's all that matters, and that's what's important.
I just see a lot of smiles, a lot of just happy faces today.
I appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate all the parents that are here, the grandparents, all the educators that are here. They do so much for our kids.
All right, looking good. Thank you, singers. Thank you, dancers.
A lot of the kids, hi, Grandma. They come up and give me a quick hug, and it melts my heart, and it makes me feel good to know that I've touched their lives and they know who I am.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, jaeskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho television.
Tatistas na hitaiwa iyo viho sanistits. CATV na noho noho.
Wahei asaku ana hinana ena na hitasina he jaesku tanina. CATV 35.
Tatistas na hitawoyo viho sanistuts. Haho tiviho sanis.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho television.
Naso Benatnech. Naso Benatnech. Naso Benatnech. Naso Benatnech. Naso Hakaku a bit. Naso Hakaku a bit. Naso Hakaku a bit. Naso Hakaku a bit. Iheha ni hahuhut.
Hey, let's learn some Arapaho.
Waking up to see you is like awakening in the morning sun. Wanting to be near you just to hear about the things you've done. Hoping every new day can begin the way that this one's done.
Hi, it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Wait, I should say that in Cheyenne. Piva se wumps. Raven, nahishave. I just said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Can you say that? Just the first part. Piva se wumps. Very good. If you want to tell someone your name, you just say your name, then say nahishave. Raven nahishave. Can you do it? Sounds good. Would you like to meet my friends? You would? That's great. Okay, let's see. Let's meet Blossom. She's a little bear cub, and she's kind of shy. Well, okay, she's more than a little shy. She's the youngest of my animal friends. Then there's Daisy. She's a red fox. She's very smart and sometimes has to keep her other friends out of trouble. This is Justin. He's a very busy beaver. Sometimes he really needs Daisy to keep him out of trouble. Here's Flash. Flash is a turtle. He's Justin's best friend. Sometimes he doesn't move as fast as he talks. And this is Thundercloud. He's a bald eagle who flies high above and beyond Fright Red Flats. We always look forward to him sharing his stories and wisdom with us. Hey, I wonder what today's word of the day is. You guys want to find out? Me too. Now visit. I want to talk about an important person in everyone's lives, and that is Navisit. Do you have a friend? Maybe you have more than one. Maybe you have lots of them. It's always good to have Navisit to do stuff with, and sometimes we need help from our friends to get stuff done. That's what my friends are talking about right now.
Hey guys, I've been looking for you.
Hey Flash, we were just discussing what we were going to have for lunch.
I'm telling you, there's a whole bunch of yummy looking trees right over that hill.
Well, I'm not eating any trees. However, some honey sounds good. You know where I could find some?
Well, hey, I've got good news and I've got bad news.
Hit me with the good stuff first, baby. Let's hear it.
My uncle just called and said he just cooked up a whole bunch of good food, and we're all invited for lunch.
Great. What's the bad news?
Well, he lives all the way on the other side of the forest. And if we don't hurry, there might not be much left. He also invited all my relatives, and those turtles can do some serious eating.
Oh, man. Now I'm really hungry.
Yeah. And he said he was going to serve up some Indian round steak.
What the heck is that?
Who cares? I'll put some honey on it. Let's go.
That's the problem. There's no way we can make it all the way across the forest in time.
Daisy's pretty fast. She can make it in time. Hey, Daisy, how about giving me a lift over there?
Well, I don't mind. But how are you guys going to get over there?
Oh, man. I don't know. Too bad I can't fly.
Hey, dude. Maybe you can. Look who's coming.
Hello, friends. What's going on?
Hey, Thundercloud. You feeling hungry?
Now that you mention it, I could go for a light snack. A fish or two. What's the plan?
Well, my uncle cooked up a big lunch, but it's far away from here.
Yeah, and there's Indian steak involved.
What's so funny?
Oh, never mind. Yes, I know where your uncle lives. It's all the way on the other side of the forest. I could take you there.
Well, what about Justin? How's he going to get there? You can't carry both of us.
Flash, you go ahead, buddy. It's your family. You should be there.
Wow, Justin. That's a very generous thing for you to do.
Hey, even I have my moments.
Okay, let's go, guys, to Uncle's house.
Well, what to eat for lunch? Oh, this might work. You know, this ain't bad. But it's probably not as good as the Indian steak. Hey, is that what I think it is?
Hey Justin, Pivot of Worms.
Pivot and Worms. It's good to see you, Dusty.
Where is everybody?
Flash's uncle cooked up a big old lunch, and they're all on their way over there now.
And you weren't hungry? I find that hard to believe.
Well, if not that. You see, Flash's uncle lives on the other side of the forest. And I've got nowhere to get there, man.
Well, I can get you there in just a few minutes. Not to brag or anything, but I'm pretty fast, man.
Well, what are we waiting for? Let's go!
Wow! I can't believe we all made it!
Hey, we wouldn't have made it if we didn't have such good friends.
You said it, man. Hey, Uncle! Where's that steak. Bologna?
Flash, you've been bamboozled, man. Hoodwinked, I tell you. Led astray. Run amok.
Nuts. 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 Nish. 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 Nah. 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 Ish it. Ish it. Ish it. That is it. That is it. That is it. Tisket hotayon. Nuk ishiv iha. Vipot imha naot hotiv. Nasis tihin. Eas hoid. Istati hitan namanhan. Daif huneon nastino. Namano gax. Which stuff? Didotsi kowat. Nitch. Niv. 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 No-ho. 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 Naso. 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 Epavona. 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 Epavona.
Well, guys, we did it. A whole 12 TV shows.
Yeah, I'm tired. TV shows take a lot out of you.
You said it. Keeping you guys out of trouble has been a full-time job.
Come on, it wasn't that bad. We had some fun times.
Yeah, it was kind of fun. Remember when we all pulled that car?
Yeah, I can remember it just like it was yesterday.
1, 2, 3, pull. See, I told you, I'm just a cute little kid.
No, we just need a bigger team. Hey, does anyone know that kid over there?
I've never seen her before.
Me neither.
Well, we need her help. Hey, you there. Hey, you there.
Hey guys, what's up?
First of all, do you have flippers, yes or no?
What? What he means is, can you help us pull this rope? Sure, but I hope we're not trying to pull anything heavy. 'Cause I'm not real strong.
Well, I think you're plenty strong enough. You see, we just need a little bit more to pull this car out, okay? One team, one dream, guys. One, two, three, pull. One, two, three, pull. One, two, three, pull. One, two, three, pull.
Yeah, we did it!
Woohoo! Man, just thinking about that day makes me tired.
Tired? You want to talk about tired? What about that time I had to rake all those leaves because somebody blamed me for breaking a window?
I told you to be quiet, man, and throw the ball, man. You're messing up my zone. You're messing up my focus, man. Ha! And you said I couldn't hit your... fastball.
What was that?
I don't know, but it didn't sound good. Well, I guess he didn't need that window anyway.
Aw, man, we're in big trouble. We broke Old Man Willie's window.
We? It was Flash who hit the ball.
Hang on, whoa. You throw it, man.
Well, I didn't tell you to break a window.
Hey guys, both of you calm down. We'll just have to tell Old Man Willie what happened.
Don't look at me. I'm not doing it. No way. No how.
Not me. That ain't
Never.
happening.
Not this turtle.
No.
Well, what are we going to tell him then?
Hey, I say we tell him Blossom did it.
Yeah, she's just a little kid. He can't get mad at her. I mean, she's too cute to get mad at.
Yeah, you're right. She is a cute kid.
Say, you kids, somebody broke my window. You know whose ball this is?
Humana. We just saw Blossom with a ball.
Blossom did it.
Blossom, huh? Okay, I'll go find her parents.
Hey there, Blossom. What's going on, pal?
Hey, Blossom. What's going on?
I'm doing chores all week for Old Man Willie. For some reason, he thinks I broke his window.
Oh, yeah, sorry about that.
Yeah, me too.
That was a bad idea.
Speaking of bad ideas, remember that time you guys got sick off of junk food?
Well, my stomach remembers.
Sorry. Oh, excuse me.
Flash, how rude.
Yeah, man, you're a rude dude. Oops.
What have you guys been eating anyway?
We got all the good stuff over here. We got cupcakes, cookies, chips, soda, fruit punch, donuts, muffins, cinnamon rolls, fried bread.
Come on, guys. You can't eat stuff like that all the time. It's not good for you. That's why you're burping like that. I'm surprised you're not sick. Well, actually, you don't look all that great.
Yeah. I see what you mean, Daisy. Maybe we shouldn't have gone crazy on the junk food. Oh, my stomach is killing me.
Well, I can't help you. Now, you just gotta ride it out. God, guys, you do need to take it easy on the junk food. A little bit every now and then. I mean, a little bit is okay. But you can't eat like that all the time.
Oh, we get the point, Daisy. Justin, I don't think I'm gonna eat for at least a week.
You guys remember that time Raven came to visit us?
Hey, aren't we missing someone? Where's Justin?
Oh, yeah. He's busy building something.
Timber!
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117,
something. I don't really remember.
Well, I guess I'll catch him next time. I just wanted to see if you guys wanted to say hi to our audience.
Really?
Sure, just look into the camera right there.
Okay. Hi, everybody. Love and kisses.
Really? Love and kisses? Yo, I want to give a big shout out to all my homies and relations out there in TV land. Peace.
Homies in TV land? Really? That's what you're gonna say?
It's okay. How about you, Blossom?
Well, I just want to say I hope you like our show. And I hope you have a good day. And, peace.
Hey, remember the last time we were around a fire like this?
Yeah, we were all talking about the dark and stormy nights.
And the knock at the door.
And then thunderclouds showed up and we all got scared.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Boo! Why are your kids so jumpy?
Hey, Thundercloud. We were just talking about all the fun that we've had this season.
Yes, Daisy. It has been fun, and I've enjoyed spending time with you all and helping out where I can. Blossom, remember our ride across the forest? Do you remember when we went through the clouds?
Yeah, they were thick and heavy that day.
Yes, but when we flew above the clouds, what happened?
The sun was shining. It was a little scary, but it was also fun.
Hey, you know what we need? S'mores. Good friends deserve good treats. Let's dig in.
Nisso.
Nisso.
Nisso. Nano.
Nano.
Nano. So.
La 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 la.
So.
Mukant. 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 Is it? Is it?
La 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 la.
Is it?
Magos ehekado. Magos ese histamino. Ehado navedan. Magos eana wedan na ema mata eads. Hikadots magos. Ipeva zea kham. Hikadots magos. Nikhawa shemst. Hikadots magos. Makhio madam. Hikados magos. Niasinan nimia. Hikados magos. Hikados. Nida shiva piva motea magos. Hitchdits a piva shiv.
Omakistot. Quitstol. Questionitstot.
Pivots and worms.
It pivots the worms.
Pivot walnut.
Pivot walnut.
Nemehots.
Nemehots.
Stop hustle worms.
Stop Jose worms.
Nuts.
Knots.
Nish.
Nish.
Nah.
Nah.
Niv.
Niv.
Noho.
No-ho.
Naso.
Naso.
Niso.
Nitso.
Nano.
Nano.
So.
So.
Mato.
Mato. Navisit. 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 Well, can you believe it? We're almost out of time. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope you did too. I also hope you learned some things here in Fry Bread Flats. Do you remember your Cheyenne numbers? What if I said Navisit? Yeah, that's our word of the day. Here's another one. Stahosevums. Can you say that? Stahosevums. That means I'll see you again. And I will, next time, right here in Fry Bread Flats.
You've such an easy smile, and in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling
I was born in September 20th, 1951. I am a twin. My twin sister's name is Jean Nightwalker. My father's name is Roy Nightwalker Sr., And my mother's name is Gladys Wilms Nightwalker. She was Arapaho. My father, Roy Nightwalker Sr., was a Southern Cheyenne and a Northern Cheyenne. He was a Southern Cheyenne chief, and I asked my mother when I was old enough to understand why we weren't following her ways, the Arapaho ways, and she said, because your father's a Cheyenne chief, so he's going to need all the hands that he has to always help when they do things, and with him being a chief, sitting in that chieftainship. So she said, and he's the husband, so we follow in his ways. So that's traditional way that we went was, excuse me, was the Cheyenne way. And plus that, his father, James Nightwalker, Walking Night, looks behind. He was a dog soldier, set in a dog soldier position. So growing up, we always lived around my father's parents and Fonda, around the Fonda area, Fonda, Oklahoma. Believe it or not, at one time I had a post office, so it's still on the map in the state of Oklahoma. And a lot of the Cheyennes own land right around in that area, around Fonda, between Sealand and Canton area. And so we were kind of raised in a big family unit. My father had 3 brothers and 3 sisters. And we didn't live there in a home. They lived in town or on the way uptown. So we kind of all stayed together the earlier part of our lives, except all the way up to maybe even 1980s, 1985, 1990. We never lived too far from each other. And we were always, as long as Grandma and Grandpa were alive, we were always there supporting them, doing things. And when the decisions, and there was one thing I noticed when the decisions in my family had to be made, like our father being a chief and their brother being a chief, my father never made the decision by himself. He would consult his father and mother, his sisters and brothers, and before a decision was made. So that decision was made as a whole, as a family, like preparing for the Sundance. Every year, my family, my father and his brothers and sisters and Grandpa and Grandma would get together, and they would give a beef to the Sundance to help. All beef would be given to them. And I never knew this until later, that they did this for several years. So even though he was a Northern Cheyenne, because our father was enrolled up north, he was a Southern Cheyenne here in the state of Oklahoma. And one of the things I do miss is that whenever they had meetings as chiefs to make decisions on issues or things that dealt with the Cheyenne people, the menfolk would come together and they would meet and they would discuss and they would talk, and sometimes they would meet for several days because we were always there helping them to cook and prepare for food. And at the time that the decision was made, and one thing, they always talked Cheyenne. They made the decision as a whole. They all came to an agreement as a whole that their decision would be carried out. And there was no more than maybe 22 man, sometimes 44 men, 44 chiefs making these decisions. There was no more than that. For some reason, that number was sacred, so they always kept to that. And one thing that they always were able to do, when they were asked whose position they were sitting in, they were able to tell people whose position they were placed in, on what year, to justify them seating in that position. It's just like, it's the same thing that when we went through the Sundance, they said you should always know your painters, so that when you get ready to go to paint, you can say, I was been through there 4 years and these are my painters. That's why I have the right to do this. And they would say that, that's why I have the right to be a chief and make these decisions. Because this old man put me in this position. Our father came back from World War II, and one thing I remember, I've been doing a lot of research, was that when he came back, there was a lot of Cheyenne that came back with him. And probably during that time, there was about 5, 6 veterans who came home. When they, upon their arrival, the elder chiefs took them and put them in their positions. So as warriors, they seen that they earned that right to be placed in those positions. And so much of that has changed nowadays. And like I've always been told, there was a purpose for these things. There's a creator, sweet medicine, gave you these teachings for a purpose. To fulfill our obligation to the Creator, to practice our religion, to carry out our obligations. And that you can't just do it just to be doing it. There's always a purpose. It's just like when I when I went into the Sundance, I asked my dad, I said, I would like to put up the Sundance. And he said, well, let's take some time. I said, I'm going to tell you something now, sister, daughter. I want you to really think about this, because once you make this vow, it's with you for life. It's not like that jacket over there. You go over there and put it on when you feel like it. Take it off when you feel like it, hang it back up. That this vow is with you. From the day you go into that lodge till the day that you leave Mother Earth. Now, are you willing to make that kind of a commitment? And being young, I'd say, yeah, sure. I can do it, because at that time, I wanted to help my father and my family in some way. So I told him, I'm not a rich person. I don't have much. But I can give you prayer. I can ask the Creator to give you blessing. And this is what I can do. And I want to do for all of us. And so he said, think about this. And later on in life, I was fortunate enough to have one of my sisters to name their daughter, give me a namesake, and her name is Fonda Jane Nightwalker. And she used to always ask me questions. And I tell her sometimes, I don't know the answer, but when I get older, maybe I'll know the answer. Maybe I'll find the answer. And the other day, she had called, and I said, well, I'll ask, and I'll try to find out the answer. And she goes, Mom, remember, Auntie, you used to say when you get older, maybe you'll find the answer. And I told her, yeah, and I'm going to be 70 this year. I'm still looking for that answer for you. So all these things we don't have the answer, but we can find it. To me, it's always like, we will find it when it's right for us. When the Creator sees we need to find that answer, He will provide it and bring it. But I had, it's funny because today I vote Arapaho, even though I'm on the, I follow the Southern Cheyenne, the Cheyenne way of Sundance. I follow that way. And there was one time that I asked my father, I said, because he used to tell stories about, told us one story when he was in World War II. He said they were being held down by a machine gunner. And he said, we couldn't take that hill. He said, a lot of my comrades were getting shot and killed. And so my sergeant came over and he said, Chief, he said, we need you to take out that machine gun. That we're going to lose this battle if we don't. He said, I told, okay, Sergeant, okay. And so he said, I said, okay. He said, so I made my way that way. He said, I was able to take that machine gun out. He said, so we were able to move. He said, but in the process, he said, I got hit right above the heart. He said, because when I was going to get up to move, he said, I couldn't move. He said, and I went like this, and I felt this sticky thing, and then I knew I'd been shot. And he said, my sergeant came and he says, Chief, are you okay? You've been hit. He goes, I know I've been hit. He said, and he said, do you need anything? He said, yeah, give me water and give me my backpack. He said, and there's a little medicine bottle in there. He said, get that for me. He got that for me. He said, and he brought me some water. He said, and I opened it and took that peyote and took that water, drank that water. And he said, kind of closed my eyes and slowed down, started, thinking and singing. He said, pretty soon I heard my mom and my dad, he said they were singing, they were in a peyote meeting. They were singing. And he said, I knew that they were praying for me at that time. And then I knew I was going to be okay. He said that I was going to get through that. And he said, then as they went through the war, he said, and then on our way home, he said, I got home, he said, and got to see my grandparents. And he said, my mom asked me where I was shot, and I showed her, and so my dad said, yeah, he said, we had a messenger came over, told us you had been shot. So he said, our fire keeper came in and said, oh man, he told him in Cheyenne, there's a messenger out there that wants to come in, needs to talk to you. And he told him, well, let him in. He said, but he's an animal, he's not a human. He said, well, let him in. And he's speaking Cheyenne. He said, well, let him in. He said, he came in. He said, it was a badger. And he sat down, he said, I just came from Germany, in Cheyenne. He said, I want you to know your son's been shot, but he's okay. He's going to be okay, he said. He said, we already knew you were okay because our visitor came and told us you were okay. And he said, and the peyote meeting that we're having, and when I went through the Sundance, I got ready and I asked him, Dad, if you used to have peyote meetings here at the home site, what changed it? He said, well, we had to make a decision to either follow the peyote way or the Sundance way. So my father and my family, we talked about it, he said, and my father and I, my brother, seen that there was so much that was changing in a peyote way that we didn't approve of and we didn't like. So my dad decided we were going to go to Sundance Way. So he said, that's when we went this way. We started going this way, just slowly this way, he said. And to follow this way of religion, he said, there's nothing wrong with the peyote ways, he said. We just decided to come this way. But it was that time to make that decision. And I told him, okay, so because so much, you talk and you tell stories. I hear stories from those that have been before us, and I learn things from them. And if it wasn't for them, I wouldn't know what I know today, because I didn't wake up all at once and know everything in my head. No, I had to learn these shared stories, these shared words. So those stories and those things, they're not just mine, they're all of us. They belong to all of us. They're not mine to hold on and to keep. It's our responsibility to pass them on to those, that are going to be before us, that are going to be left here. So it was, I don't know, for some reason I always tried to find out the reason and the purpose. Because as a woman, I cannot read sweet medicine. I'm going to be 70 years old and I have never opened that book, Sweet Medicine, because my father and my grandpa, my uncle said, that book belongs to the menfolk. That's theirs. Women are not supposed to open it and they're not supposed to read it. So without asking, I wouldn't, know a lot of these things. So, but it's been an interesting life. Even when my father got out of the service, he was able to have a farm. He raised cotton. He raised broom corn. He raised cattle, chickens, and pigs. And he brought a lot of jobs to the Canton area where the casino is now, that little house that's behind the casino. That's where we used to live. There was 11 of us that lived in that little two-room house. And then he got to where he, too, started drinking. And he just finally knew he couldn't follow through with it. So he gave it up, and we moved to Enid. And he worked on the Air Force there, Air Base, and he got hurt in an accident. So we moved back out to Fonda. She was like, there. One thing I don't see nowadays is that we used to run up and down the creek and play, pick mulberries, steal apricots and pears from the farmers around us, and eggs and things like that, and just to keep ourselves busy. And when we got into high school, we'd ask our dad, can we go up to town and go see our friends? He goes, no, you don't have no business up there. What are you going to do up there? Well, we want to go visit them. No, you just need to stay right here. You have no business being uptown. All you're going to do is get in trouble. So we lived a sheltered life till we were all about 20, 21. And then after that, we were able to go on. But I stayed with my parents till I was probably about 28. Helped take care of my mother and helped take care of my father and do things around there. And I come from a family of 12 kids, 4 boys and 8 girls. And so there was always something to do. And my father being the chief, there was always meetings, and we would go sometimes to the arrow keeper and sit there for hours where the men folk met. And the woman would cook, get ready to feed them after they made their discussion, made their decision as a whole, as a tribe, you know. And it was, you know, it was that I miss, because I remember we have to sometimes draw things for them to put up, like the teepees where they would sit, who would sit here and sit there. That we want to do this because at any time anyone says, well, our culture, our ways are missing, is that they're going to be in the book. And whenever you think you're ready, it's going to be at OU. It's going to be all written down there. It's not gone. It's there. It's just that when you have time and when the Creator says you need to go see that, then it's there. It's all there. We wrote it down because we have chiefs and heads, and then we have this responsibility to keep it together, because we worry, and I worry, that whenever the Creator comes and He asks us, what did y'all do with everything I taught you? Where is it? What did you all do? I worry, what are we going to say? What are we going to tell Him? How are we going to answer Him? Because He gave us covenant to be responsible for. And when that big circle comes, that time to sit in that big circle when all nations are sitting, I can't wait to see which He gave us, each of us, to be responsible for, and how it ties in. He said, it's going to tie in. There's a purpose, He said. Always a purpose for these things, He said. So always take good care of these covenants, He says. Be respectful of them. He said, because whether you believe it or not, they saved us many a time. They saved our family back in the years when the cavalry was here. So be respectful of them. And because I remember there was many a time when we were up there, our aunts were still alive, and they said, oh, so-and-so, they're coming to get the arrows. This was back probably in the 70s. My aunts would say, well, you girls, get your sticks. We're going to go have to put a circle around our sacred arrows, our teepee, because we can't let them take it. Because you're going to be ready to fight for it. Because it belongs here. I mean, it was, so we'd grab our sticks, and nowadays you don't hardly hear anybody talk like that anymore. And I've tried to share what, and I think really honestly, that was one reason that I was meant to stay with my parents at a late age, was to still learn these things so I would be able to share with my brothers and my sisters and my grandchildren, our grandchildren, so they would have this knowledge. They would know these words that were given from our parents, our grandfather, those before us. And I think, you know, that's so important, because everything I talk to you right now, I wouldn't know my dad didn't tell me, my mother didn't tell me. It's always because of those before us that we are able to know what we know today, and we have to always give thanks. And it's just like our parents, they both passed on when they were in their 50s. And our older sister, she was 78 when she passed on. Diabetes, our older brother too. Our next to our older sister, diabetes. And we're all talking one time, we said, you know what, we never expected to live this long. We thought we'd already be in the next camp at a younger age, and here we are. And I remember our relative told us that's because you were prayed for. Someone said some real powerful prayers for you all. Those that are still here, those powerful prayers were said that you're still here at this age. I tell them, we have a lot to be thankful for. We do that our family and our relatives, our parents and grandparents thought enough to pray for us daily. And my dad would say, you know what? He said, before you were even a thought, you were already prayed for. And I used to tell him, how's that? He said, that's how come when I say, for those yet to come, when I say in a prayer, still I pray for those yet to come. He said, you are already always included. He said, and I told him, I never did think about that. I said, I never thought about anything like that. So there's so much more that I would like to share with you, but I think those things those are the most important things. Just like I've gone through the Sundance and put up 4 Sundances, 2 down here in Oklahoma and 2 up north. And my 5th time I fasted in the Hat Teepee in northern Cheyenne country. And my granddaughter was pretty sick and she needed help, and it was right after the Sundance, right a little later on, and I asked him, I said, I want to fast, our granddaughter needs help. And so the woman I asked said, I'm going to talk to the hat keeper, see where you can go fasting. And she said, come on up to Montana. So I went on up, and when I got there, he said, you can fast in the Hat Teepee. And I had to go and ask my older relatives if it was all right, if I could do that. And they said, if he said it's okay, you can do that. And because our granddaughter needs prayer. So that's where my 5th time was, putting up Sundance. Fasting 4 days, the 3 nights, 3 days, 2 nights fasting there. And, a lot of people, I talked to a lot of people about our Sundance, and I tell them, that's a journey that belongs to only you and you only, because when you're in there, you're the one doing without the water and the food. Your mind gets tested, your thirst, your hunger. That's the hardest thing you can do in life, is to do without water, do without food, and still continue to believe in prayer and praying, because that's the only thing that's going to get you through, is prayer. Ask the Creator to pity you, to get you through that, so that all the prayers and all the vows that will be made, that everyone receives that blessing that they have asked for. And I always, sometimes, some of the surgeries I go through, I say, well, we all went through the Sundance. We can conquer this. That's the hardest thing that we've ever done in our life, because it took our belief in ourselves and to seek for the Creator to get that blessing from Him. So I know He's going to get me through this. He's going to get me through this. I always believe this. And that's just, to me, that's the most important thing, is our belief, serving our people. And these teachings were handed down by my mother and father and grandparents, uncles and aunts, Grandma Bertha, Lucia. Grandma Eula Hill, all those that went on, I miss them. Every day I miss them. I miss their stories. Because to me, they were unique, they were genuine, they were awesome, and we will never be like them. There's no way we could ever catch them in their belief and their responsibility. We're so far removed from what used to be in the Cheyenne ways and the Cheyenne people that I miss them every day, and I think, wow, if I could have that belief, speak that Cheyenne, tell those stories in Cheyenne, that would be so awesome. But I can't, because I think that when I was younger in the 3rd and 4th grade, they sent me to a language speech specialist because I couldn't speak English. I think I spoke mostly Cheyenne. They took that away from me. So from the 4th grade on, I had to learn to speak English. Even though it was back in the 50s, there were still some things that we felt. You had to speak English, you had to sit this way, you had to sit that way, you had to sit over here when you're going to eat, you had to be real careful about a lot of things. I wouldn't believe it. Today, all that we're going through, just like this COVID, Creator told us that this day was going to come. My father used to tell me this story. There's going to be a day when other things are going to be more important for you. You're not going to have the time to sit in prayer. Pray every day for all the people. And things are going to be coming, changes are going to be coming. And prayer could protect you, but because you're going to be busy, be satisfying, self-satisfaction. And some of these things are going to be lost, he said, so try to hold on to them the best that you can. And I think that's the most important thing that I really want to say is that if it wasn't those before us, we wouldn't know the songs we know. We wouldn't know the prayers we can remember. We wouldn't know all these things. We have to always honor those that were before us that gave their life in order to stay here on our homelands. And I feel very fortunate because when I come home here in Oklahoma, everybody says, it's good for you to be home. And I go up to Montana, they say, I'm glad you came home. So those Cheyenne ways, they're very valuable because you always have a home, no matter which way you go. And I'm sure it's like that among all other tribes. I wouldn't know their teachings, but that's, that's what I think is important. Just like right now, we're going to be getting ready for the arrow worship and the Sundance. And this is the time to prepare ourselves mentally, physically, but more so spiritually. Time to start praying. Before I came down here, I asked the Creator, what do you need me to say and what do you want me to say? Because I'm not good at this, and I don't think I have any important words that need to be said. So whatever needs to be said, you're going to have to give them to me so I can say them, because I don't know. I don't know. So this is just a short, quick message, but I thank you for your time. Hello.
Native Oklahoma is brought to you in part by Oklahoma Humanities Council, providing funding and resources that support lifelong learning and a vibrant cultural life for all Oklahomans.
Duty, honor, and service. These words carry meaning for all of us, but for Native veterans, they have an even deeper significance. Native Americans have the highest record of military service per capita of any ethnic group in the U.S. Historically, Native warriors fought to protect their families, their lands and villages, and their culture. Those warriors were prepared for battle and received back home with traditional ceremonies, many of which are still in place today. Modern Indian warriors aren't that much different. Military service always has been, and always will be, a large part of Native life. This program is dedicated to Vietnam veterans from all tribal nations. These are their stories from their tribes. We begin with Bacone College and a tribute to their Cherokee students who served with honor.
This is what Indian men do. This is our task in life, is to protect, to defend, to care for our families and our clans and our tribes. That's our job. I've got a flag at home. I rescued it from a thrift store. It was a veteran's burial flag. Don't know whose it was, but it deserves to be out in the air. We can do that. We'll take care of that.
After 3 tours, I'd completed 200 missions in Vietnam. I am a 3rd-generation combat veteran, and my son, who was a Marine in Desert Storm, makes a 4th generation being a combat veteran. There's a lot of tradition in our family as far as serving their country in a time of crisis.
This place was home, and it was always good coming home. When I joined the Army, my home of record was Bacone, and when we sat around the barracks at night talking about coming home, this is what I dreamed about coming back to.
That was my first exposure to indoor plumbing and water. I was on the lower level, and that was my room. It was the 3rd window from on the south wing of Walter Starr Hall. Bacone had a long history of people serving in the military, and they had Company I that was quite famous during World War II.
Growing up around, the story about Company I and knowing Jack Montgomery, yeah, that reinforced. Maybe we were just more Indian then than what we realized. It's like my oldest son. He's with 82nd Airborne now, and when he enlisted, he kind of shook his head and he goes, "Dad, this decision is your fault." I said, "What do you mean my fault?" He goes, "Well, you taught us about duty and honor and obligation." He said, "You fulfilled yours, now it's my turn."
My grandfather was a Civil War veteran with Stan Wadey. My father was a World War I veteran, a member of the 90th Division, 357th Infantry, and was wounded quite bad and led to his premature death when I was 1 year old. I was assigned to Heavy Attack Squadron 2, and we went to Vietnam, and my first mission in Vietnam was in November of 1966. After my second deployment, I transitioned to the A6 Intruder. I was a member of Attack Squadron 165. We went aboard the USS America, and I flew all 3 models of the A6, qualified, and flew combat, and our primary mission was attack.
It's like these guys from Company I. They were all Baycombe students. The whole company. And they were all Indians.
Many of us have never been in a combat situation, and we've never encountered what so many young Indian men did in Vietnam. This next account sheds light on the war's emotional impact.
I pray daily, dear God, let me do the right thing. Let me make the right decisions. Because if I don't, a lot of people are going to get hurt. I pray. In high school, in Anadarko, when you finished high school, unless you were a farm boy in a farming family, and you work on the farm, you went into the military. And a few of the rich guys went on to OU or OSU. But everybody you went to the one of the forest services. The first landing we had, I was something called the SLF, Special Landing Force, helicopter carrier made just for Marines. We were off the coast of Vietnam. This is going to be our first landing. I started thinking back in high school. I used to get, before a football game, you'd be in the down the dressing rooms. Think, gee whiz, we're playing Chickasha, a bigger school. We're playing Frederick, playing in Altus. Gosh, what's going to happen? Am I going to mess up? Am I going to really screw up out there? Hope I don't forget the plays. You worried about that? And I got on that hangar deck. I said, that's nothing. You better know the plays now, and you better be prepared. But once the helicopter sat down and I got my feet on the ground, everything just fell into place. The NVA wore their uniforms, but the VC are very, very few. They're scattered out. The NVA will come at you in regiments, divisions, in the thousands. So I would rather deal with the NVA. They can send 100, 200, 300, 1,000. But you know what you got. With the VC, you don't know, because he's the rice farmer who can plant a mine at night or a booby trap and let one of your Marines trip it the next day and die and he's killed there. Who was it? Well, it could have been that guy over there hoeing away. I had two good friends, two lieutenants, my platoon commanders. They were hit. And I get a call on the radio. Like I said, things are going on, popping all over the place. Someone says, the Axel's been hit. Axel, I mean, that's the lieutenant. He said, this is the assist. That means that's his assistant, his platoon sergeant. He said, the Axel's been hit, but I got it. We're going over here. 2 or 3 hours later, things settled down there, and he said, the lieutenant was hit. How was he? He's dead. Here's a guy talked with, probably drank with, and got drunk with, passed out with, buddies, know all about his family. You never got a chance to see him that last time. It was, Axel's been hit. He's gone. American Indians, probably, we've got it easier than the white man. We come home to welcome powwows and dances, big giveaways in your honor, your pat on the back. You're a welcome hero. But had we continued, the country would not have fallen. It couldn't mirror our type of government, but they wouldn't be dominated by North Vietnam. My intentions were good, as most other people who went over there voluntarily went over there. Our intentions were good. So I think our intentions make good the effort. If you believe in something, go for it. And I thought we were winning. We were winning. It just didn't turn out that way.
Unlike servicemen and women of previous wars, Vietnam veterans returned home without any fanfare or parades, and in fact were treated harshly. This next story from the Osage tribe speaks to that issue and how their traditional ceremonies restored some much-needed balance.
I was proud to serve my country, but it was a hard time for most people back here. They were really against the war, and they didn't treat us like they treat the servicemen today, with honor. They spit on us, called us baby killers, and all kinds of derogatory things. But we served our country as best we could.
It was not a popular war. And when our veterans came back home, they came back to a country that was not receptive and did not really seem grateful.
You survive war. You don't go to war, play the game, and come home. You go to war, and in your mind, you're not going to come home in one piece, or you're not going to come home. You've dedicated your life to your country. You've dedicated your life to your tribe.
Indians had a very set way of life and things that you were expected to do, and service to your tribe was one of them.
Our country turned against the veteran. We couldn't come home in uniform. We didn't want nobody to know we were veterans because we were bad people. So we had to sneak around. I felt sorry for the non-Indian. You know, they were going back to whatever, I don't know. But I knew that when I got back, when I crossed that Arkansas River and I got in Osage County, I was home. I was treated good. When we got back on the reservation, and I was treated good. And they had a dance. When I left, had a dance when I come home. Most of your Native American tribes across the United States that I know and have been affiliated with over the years, they done that for their warriors.
When my brothers and my husband were going to Vietnam, our families had prayer ceremonies for them. And we would ask an elder, tribal elder, to come and fan them off, smoke the family off, and send them off with prayers and good wishes.
Parents are consistently spiritually talking to the Creator to make you come home again, you know. When you're in combat and your mom and dad sitting at home, they're thinking about you. It affects the whole world, it affects the United States. And we have to look at it that way. And when that person comes home, then we have to go get that person.
These songs were created for our warriors, our men, and they were brought to these families. And along with that was a drum was brought to them. And when that individual came home from his tour of duty, and then this dance was held for him, that family put on that dance for him.
I'm really blessed to be able to dance and honor my family and other people who are part of the dance, part of the Elanchka. It's really helped me through my life. I haven't been part of it very long, but it's very precious to me. the friendships I've made out there, I'll take them to the grave with me. They're very important.
And so this has gone on for a long time, and I guess it's to me it's a reflection of how we always honored our warriors way back even in the beginning of time.
They honored me here last year at War Mothers for my service to our country, and it was a great honor to stand in line with so many men who have given their lives for this country and our way of life as Indians, Native Americans. I can't tell you how that humbled me so that day. I told the War Mothers I thanked them with all my heart for letting me stand in that line of honored men who served our country.
Surviving a war changes a person. It's impossible to return from battle the same as you were before. Our final story from the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes reveals how those raised in the Indian way were better prepared than most for Vietnam.
When I was a kid, they called me Mom Kahe. That was my Cheyenne name. And when I came back from Vietnam, tribe, my family had a name-changing ceremony for me, and they changed my name to, how do you say it? Mahidan, which means big man. And that was the name of one of my grandfathers. My first name was that of a child, see, but because of the fact that I've been to war, that's when I got the name, man's name.
When I was born, they named me Ifto, and the understanding that I have of it was that it means like hauling around. The literal meaning is hauling around, but the meaning that I understand is it's like a camp crier. After I went overseas, went to Vietnam, and when I came back, they had a dance for me, and they changed my name. And for each direction, they talked to the spirit and told them that my name will be changed, and that for all intents purposes, this is going to be his name from now on. And so that, you know, all four directions, they know that my name is Otkiwa Otana. That's crow necklace.
Alex Warden and Lucian twins both grew up in western Oklahoma, in Native communities where Native ceremonies were a way of life.
It just felt like something I was supposed to do, you know what I mean, growing up in that environment. I mean, and it was a lot of, you know, I can't, now I know it was a lot of patriotism, you know, and love of our people, love of our country, and like my uncles were, airborne infantry, you know, with the boots and the blue ribbon, and I mean, they were sharp, you know what I mean, and you know, and to go up there and to go to the dances and see my family, they supported a lot of that.
By 17, Alex had already graduated from Riverside Indian School and lied about his age to get a job. That little fib followed him around to the Selective Service, where he still let them believe he was 18. It was only after he enlisted that the truth came out.
The recruiter found out how old I was. You know what I mean? He said, we're going to have to get your parents to sign. And so my dad signed.
Lucian's father had been in the Navy and encouraged his son to join the Air Force. That was Lucian's plan as well.
So I went over there, but they were closed. I went to the Navy, they were closed. I went to the Army, they were closed. So the only one who was there that was open was the Marine Corps, so I said, okay, well, I'll go in the Marine Corps. And the majority of the people in Clinton, the Indian people that joined, they either joined the Marines or they joined the Airborne.
Serving in the infantry, Lucian saw his share of combat, but one battle sticks out in his mind. The night his group was ambushed high in the mountains.
Everybody was running to find cover, and we found a big old tree log. So we all jumped behind that, and they had a machine gun, and it was tearing up the log on the other side. And, there was explosions going off, and where I found that log, and I laid there, and next to me was my Indian friend. He was in a different platoon, but he ended up right beside me. We turned over and seen each other, and we said, "Hey!" We start shaking hands. And, "How you doing? How's it?" While the log was being torn up by a machine gun fire on the other side, and next to him was a non-Indian person, and we were talking and laughing and stuff, and we heard somebody crying.
It was a young Marine who'd been in country just a short while, and he was afraid to die.
We told him that, you've got to put your faith and trust into the Supreme Power. The Supreme Power, if he decides to take you, he's going to take you. But you need to make your peace with him. And you make your peace with him, you're going to be all right. And he will take you whenever your time is ready.
Alex Warden also confronted his mortality. He recalls the night he found himself surrounded by death.
They attacked us with rockets. And that's when I realized I wasn't training anymore. This was the real deal. I mean, because of the fact that the rockets they were firing at us were what they call 122s, and there were some big rockets, and make a lot of noise, and people died.
I thought of all the Cheyenne people as a whole, and I thought of the children, or the babies that's going to be born, the babies. And when I thought of that, they became a part of my prayer when I started praying. Then that's who I would pray for, and also I would pray for the enemy. And the enemy that I prayed for was I prayed for the ones that I may have to take their life.
Being raised in it, I didn't really, I took it for granted. I didn't really realize that was actually working, but coming back and being, like I say, surviving Vietnam myself, 2 tours, and seeing how it affected our people, you know what I mean? And I just, seeing the awesomeness of it. How do you get missed? How does a bomb go off? How do you not get hit? You know what I mean? It's not because I can turn invisible. You know what I mean? It's not because I'm bulletproof. It's just, now I realize it's the prayers that people prayed here. It wasn't anything else other than that. To me, that's an attribute of our tribe that had nothing to do with me. And I'm thankful that our people have the courage to carry those traditional praying values on.
This program barely taps into the wealth of stories from our Native American veterans. We want to recognize them and let them know their service and sacrifice is greatly appreciated. Thank you for joining us on this special episode of Native Oklahoma. We'll see you next time.
Native Oklahoma is brought to you in part by Oklahoma Humanities Council, providing funding and resources that support lifelong learning and a vibrant cultural life for all Oklahomans.
Our culture is our prevention. Make the right choice.
Welcome back to Making Regalia with Joaquin Lone Lunch here in Concho, Oklahoma. We had a little latency with the weather. In the transition of like the cold weather and stuff, the time between the shows, I actually lost part of my design work, but I actually brought these ones from home. We're going to finish up this episode of actually the beginning, start of how to do applique with these designs, and we still got the feel of actually how to create the designs, to transfer the designs to material, to transfer it to our medium. We're going to continue on today to just the finishing steps. So let's get started right off the bat. Once again, we're going to be working with Heap On and our templates. These templates I brought from home, these are the ones I actually use for most of my design work. And if you look, these ones are actually masking taped out. Like I said before in my shows, I like to use masking tape because I can continue using these designs over and over and over if I need to. And the masking tape actually helps them to be more durable. So let's get started. I think the beginning of the shows we actually went through, and I'm going to go through this really rough, really quick. We actually designed these designs out, and then I cut them out, and then what I did is it started with the first rectangle here, and then I actually did the triangle internally, and then I did every shape individually, and then from there I came up with these designs. So what we're going to do is we're going to transfer these materials onto your heap on here with a pencil, then cut them out, and then we're going to apply them to the material, iron them, and then continue on from there. So let's get started. Okay, so first of all, we'll take our templates. We're going to be using a medium. Right now we're going to do a little kid's sweatshirt here. I bought this at Walmart, you know, just a little tiny one. I think this is a 5T. My daughter's coming into town, so I think I'm going to make her a new one of these. I made one for her in the past, but of course I think she might have lost it. So we're going to do a new one real quick. So we're going to do two teepees, one on the front and one on the back. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my template twice. Every design that we're going to use it 2 times. So right off the bat, take this, and I'm going to outline it twice. Take my pencil here. Now you'll see when you start doing design work like this is usually the most time-consuming part, because you're always drawing it out, and then you have to transfer it. So drawing out is actually most time consuming compared to actually sewing it. Sewing, once I actually get to the sewing level, it usually flies by, but drawing stuff out, heap on it, and then actually transfer, cutting the designs out is what takes the longest. So from here you look, I've actually got 2 rectangles, and what I like to do at the very beginning is when you actually transfer this to material, before you actually do it, I like to cut around the boxes. And this is actually to save time, because once I actually transfer it to material, I'm actually going to cut this right on the lines. This will actually save you a step when you go through it. So there's 2 boxes here. And then here are the other designs that I'm going to incorporate, which I'm going to do 2 of these, each of these. Let's see. So all you do is you just take your design, and we're going to do it 2 times. Trace these out. And continue on. To save space sometimes, what I'll do is I'll flip this and put it adjacent to like my last design. And this allows me to save space, and what I mean by space is actually my heat bond. That continuing on will actually save you a little bit of money, because you're not using all the heat bond that you want. Another design that we're going to use, Here's our steps. Now, when you transfer all into these different designs, you know, you can color coordinate any actual colors that you want with this different materials. Me, I like to use darkest to lightest. You know, I'll use like traditional colors, but you know, you're free to use whatever colors you want. And you know, whatever, you know, types of colors that you have in your beadwork, you can use these to actually match them. You know, like sometimes I'll take beadwork, take them to like my local like fabric store, and I can usually match up material just by the bead colors alone. That way you correlate with, you know, your outfit, and you get all your colors to match. So there's 2. And from here we're going to get 2 more of these. Now, if you see when I'm doing trace these, I'm not trying to put all the designs right next to each other, because like I said, we're actually not going to cut right on the lines, and I kind of want to get a little space between each design. And got 2 more here. And we are almost done. We're getting a lot of response already about our show. You know, everyone's been giving me good thoughts and, you know, giving me praise and stuff. And I appreciate that for you guys for tuning in. You know, I want to continue on with doing the show and bring you more steps that we can hand. I believe next we're going to start doing our beadwork sessions. So that'll be our next step up. And, you know, I just want to thank everyone out there, you know, for tuning in. You know, I've been getting nothing but positive response, and, you know, it kind of gives me a feeling to continue on with these shows. And once again, I just want to thank everyone out there. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to cut out all our designs. So what you first want to do, instead of cutting like right on the line, like I said, is we'll cut these out, just like so. Now, you just want to get close to the line. You don't really like get right on it, because every one of these is going to be a different color, and they'll need their own little space. So every piece is still here. There, we have all our pieces together, and now what we're going to go is we're actually going to transfer this to the material. I've done this many times. You know, it's like, this is a set that, you know, I've always said this will actually keep you up late at night sometimes. It's always awesome, you know, if you get someone else helping you do this kind of work. The sewing is actually the best part I like to do, because it's really fast, and I'm you know, that's kind of like the finishing touch. Usually when I get to sewing, that's usually when I know, you know, it's almost when I'm getting close to the finish line. So the materials that I want to use on this set is we're going to go from actual like a print material, and then internally we're going to use all colors that are just flat colors, as far as blues, reds, orange, and a yellow, and a gold too. But what I like to do is to bring out the print, I use these kind of base colors first. So what I'm going to use the top part for, I'm actually going to use this white. This white, you know, like, you can use just any type of material that you want to work with. This one I really like to work with. It's kind of got a nice print to it. You know, it's got a little color, so my daughter's going to like the pink. It's kind of her favorite color. I think I mentioned in the past, you know, I've been working with material for years and years. This is where you'll start to learn what materials, you know, the heat density of some. Some of these, you know, like, you can turn your iron on way hot. Some of the stuff like this, not so hot. You really got to watch it when you use your iron, because this stuff, it's awesome to work with, but it does not take heat very well. Okay, now what we're gonna do, like I said before, heap on, you have your adhesive side on one side, and you have your paper. Once you actually do heat bond the material on there, what it does, it'll actually leave the adhesive onto the material. That allows you to transfer this material, once you cut it out, to whatever medium you want to work with. So I'm going to do right here, I want to stay away from these edges right here, because sometimes you'll have like material. That's usually how when they manufacture it, you'll see like little rough edges. I don't want that to be in my design, so I don't really want to iron right over that, because that'll actually be into my design work. So I'll actually go right above it. Just like so. Now, if you see, it's kind of starting to be a little transparent. You can tell like the adhesive is actually melted onto the material. You want to take a little bit of time right at the beginning, because you don't want to lift this just right off the bat, because the heat will actually start to make it bubble and whatnot, and then again you'll have to re-iron it. So I like to let it sit just for a little bit, let it cool, and then I'll just cut around it. Now you can usually check on both sides. You might see a little bit of bubble marks and stuff, and it's not a problem. Don't get worried. You didn't ruin anything. All you need to do is get you a flat surface and just re-iron it, just to get the bubbles out. This happens quite a bit. And usually, I like to just go in a straightforward motion, and there, pretty much all the bubbles are gone. So that one's done. And what I'll do is now we're going to go exact and cut right on our line. Always use really sharp scissors, that way you can get your cut accurate. Because if you use something that isn't really that sharp, you'll get frayed edges and it takes a little bit more time to cut. These ones I just bought at my local Walmart, and these ones are really, really good. I don't really skimp on my scissors because I use them all the time. So sometimes you gotta just invest in some good ones. Usually my mom's got good scissors, so I like to go to her house and I'll just steal hers. But she doesn't know that, so. And let's see. And we are done. Now we got our square, and if you look, it'll look just like our square from here. So what we're gonna do is that the top, actually, this piece right here is gonna be our top part of our teepee. It doesn't look like it just yet, but it will. Let's see. All right, now the next color up, we're gonna go lightest to darkest, and I chose this blue. And what we're gonna do is the exact same thing over again. Right again, you kind of wanna prep your material, kind of get it iron flat, kind of defeats, get us all the air bubbles out at the beginning. There we go. Flip it over, kind of check your material. You kind of see it's kind of a little rough there. You kind of got some air bubbles and stuff. So we just want to smooth these out. Just kind of forward motion, kind of take your material and just straighten it out. Usually when I use my iron, I don't like to use I like to turn the steam off, and I'll turn my iron all the way up. The steam will actually make it cause air bubbles too, so you don't really want to use the steam too much. And make sure you might sometimes just want to invest in an iron that you really kind of in a way don't really care about. Because what's going to happen is you're going to get a lot of glue on here. There are like products that you can buy at Walmart that you can remove the glue. But you don't want to actually use the same iron if you're going to iron your work clothes, because it will stain it. So sometimes I like to get, like with my house, I have an iron that I just use just for materials and stuff alone, because you really don't want to mess up your nice clothes with glues and other things. And the other things that I pick up on with my iron is like sequins and everything else. So you don't want to go to work with sequins all over you. So continuing on, you can do this and cut this design out. Okay, continue on with our colors and going through all my colors that we're working with. Working on my red now. Like I said, it's pretty much the same thing over and over. What we're going to do is just continue transferring our heat bond designs onto our material. Once there, check your material. Make sure you get all the air bubbles out. This is something I really like to do because it makes your designs look more neat, more accurate, and get all your material perfectly flat. Because once you finish up your design, that's pretty much your work, and I like to have all my stuff nice and neat. Takes a little bit more time, but it's worth it in the end. So with this one, you'll start to see kind of like what we're going to be doing. Pretty much all these materials here, we're going to be stacking one on top of the other. And when we finish, it's going to be a pretty nice little design. This is the part where you really need your family members or need someone to come in, because if you're going to design stuff, it's always nice to just be able to design and push the workload off to somebody else. But if not, you'll be up really late doing all this by yourself. Let's see. There. If you see, that's how your design is going to start to look. We're going to continue on and add more design work to that. Slowly but surely we're getting there.
Catching up on previous episodes of Making Regalia is now easy. Just visit catv47.com. Joaquin's projects and detailed instructions are all accessible on our new website 24/7. Be sure to check out all the CATV47 programs and videos at catv47.com.
Okay, we are back, and by the power of magic and television, I created all these in an instant. Usually it would take a little bit of time, but with the skills that I have and like the cameras and stuff, we got these all done in no time at all. So now what we're going to do is we got all our designs cut out. We're going to go and take the adhesive off the back, off of here, and transfer it onto our next piece. So all you do is just pull the piece off. If you see, the heat bond actually has added the adhesive, and the adhesive actually stayed onto the material. So what you do is just pull it here, place it. I like to just eyeball it, I don't really like to find the center. I can pretty much do it just by eyeballing it. I place it down here, and then once again with my iron, all I do is just heat bond it again. We're going to do this for every single piece of material, but what I like to do is I'll transfer one piece of material to the next, sew this in. I like to sew the gold onto the yellow first, then pull the other piece off. heat bonded onto the other material, sew the yellow onto the next piece of material. Because the only reason why I like to do this is because if you heat bonded every piece right off the bat, you're going to start to gunk up your needle, because your needles actually have to go through every single material. That can cause your machine to start missing balance, actually throw the timing off. And so the less material that you use to sew on, the better. That's the way I like to do, is just one piece to the next piece. So from here, we're going to go ahead and sew this gold one in. For the gold, I like to change out threads, but since we're using gold, I'm going to go ahead and use the white, and then on the yellow, we're actually going to outline this with the yellow. So let me load my machine real quick. Now, like I said in the previous shows, after it's been heat bonded, you don't really have to worry about the material bouncing around. And there we have it. See, our first design is already sewn in. We don't have to worry about it falling off or anything like that. It is tacked down and ready to go. Next up, we'll do the same with the next triangle and next gold piece. So all I do is take it here, eyeball it right in the dead center. We got one good looking design after that. Heat bond it, my magic wand. And voila, we are good to go. Just like magic, it is on there. And bam, just like that, we are back, and I've sewn all my designs together. First, we started off with cutting all these designs out and stacking them. You know, like I said, you want to actually do one at a time, because you don't want to gunk up your needles. So, of course, what you do is you do one, then the next color, then the next color, then the next color on top of that. And finished product, you'll come out with something like this. This is how our design actually came out. Pretty good looking design we got here. All we got to do now is we're at the very finishing part, is we're going to transfer this onto our medium meaning our little jacket here. So all we're going to do, find top dead center. Usually the cool part is usually when I get these new ones from Walmart, you actually see very hiddenly there's an iron mark. That is actually your center. I've measured it many times, and that is your dead center or your jacket. That's the cool part about buying stuff brand new. You'll actually have that. But if you don't, you can actually measure it out, use maybe some chalk to actually get your center mark. Your center is very important, because that's where you're going to put the tip of your teepee. All you got to do now is just pull the heat bond off here, place it right there, center it up eye level, heat bond that, and what we're going to do is heat bond actually the top of the teepee. And there you go. And then all I've got to do now is just go ahead and heat bond this and tack it down on my sewing machine. And this jacket's ready to go and ready for the winter. Okay, so now what we're doing is we're actually going to transfer this onto our jacket. I started to heat bond this. Like I said, you want to get a good heat bond on here, because once you start sewing, you don't want this to bounce around. This is kind of material, it'll actually soak up the glue pretty well. You kind of want to watch it. I've got a pretty good base on here, and usually I can hold it with my hand when I sew it in there to hold it down. So we're going to continue on this, and we'll have this jacket ready to go. The points are kind of going to be a little hard to actually corner. So what I like to do is actually leave my needle in there, rotate my material, kind of show who's boss. You don't want to let it, run all over you. The first step when you first do this one, kind of let it come up real softly, because sometimes you can get the needle stuck and the thread stuck. Okay, we have finished our design finally. Took, almost 5 weeks to do, but we finally finished our design. Right now, this is what the finished product's going to look like on the back. I'm going to finish up later on and do the front one. And the front is going to be kind of cool because you have the zipper to kind of work with later on. But, what I'm going to have to do is cut this design in half, put it on both sides of the zipper, and kind of get it to fit. You don't want to get too close to the zipper. If you ever sew on top of the zipper, it's not going to really work that well. So just keep in mind, once you do start working with this kind of stuff, just watch out, don't get too close to the zipper. But if you see, here's our finished product. Here's how our teepee came out. I'm pretty pleased. You got a pretty good looking design here. Like I said, working with materials, you'll start to learn, understand how they feel, and as far as, heat temperatures and, which ones are you can work with and which ones are really hard to work with. Well, once again, I want to thank everyone out for tuning in. I got a lot of good feedback about the show. I've really enjoyed getting creative with you guys. I hope you guys learned a lot from, the little things I've shown you. Here shortly, we're going to be bringing more segments. Next one up, we're going to start beading. So hopefully you guys tune in, and thank you very much. I hope.
Nana. Has Nana.
The suicide rates for Native American communities are 91% higher than the general population. It's time to start addressing this and asking, how can we help?
Here at the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, we want all employees and tribal members to know that we care, we are listening, and we want to help. You matter, your life is valuable. How can we help?
Mental health issues are nothing to be ashamed of. Nearly everyone struggles in some way with their mental health. Don't be afraid to reach out. Your life is valuable. We are listening. How can we help?
Working in the gaming industry is often fast-paced, stressful, and demanding. The leadership of Lucky Star Casinos wants you to know that your mental well-being is more important to us than your job performance. You're not just an employee to us. You are our family. We hear you. You matter. How can we help?
We are here to support you in good times and in difficult times. If you are struggling with mental health or thoughts of suicide, please reach out to us. We're here to help you.
Being a strong man means taking care of yourself and your mental health. We need our men to protect our women and children, but we also need our men to be healthy. It doesn't make you weak to ask for help. Take the time you need to take care of your mental health. We want to be here for you.
As women, we are often worried about the well-being of everyone else and frequently put ourselves last. We need our women to start making themselves a priority. We can't take care of anyone if we don't take care of ourselves. If you are struggling and need support, let us help.
Most importantly, you are not alone. You don't have to suffer in silence. We don't want to lose you to suicide. Let's talk. We're ready to listen.
Your life is valuable. We are listening. How can we help?
This message is part of the Cheyenne and Arapaho Tribes and Lucky Star Casino Mental Health Initiative. If you need to speak with someone, TalkSpace is available to all tribal members and employees at no cost. Or you can call or text 988 for more mental health resources.
you talk and they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Haho, da hasahatawana nuhu hitasinani na hanana enani chaaskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
If you talk and they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
My name's Gordon Yellowman. I'm a member of the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes. My name is Hiwiano Yellowhawk. That's my Cheyenne name. And it was given to me by my grandfather, Fred Yellowhawk, and his name was Bear's Lariat. And so these names are very prominent. And when we talk about Cheyenne history, we talk about Cheyenne families, we talk about Cheyenne communities. The first thing a Cheyenne elder is going to ask you is, Nivas, Nishkit, Nivas, Kashkunya, Nivas, Namshim. And so when they tell you that, they ask you that, they're asking you who's your family, where you come from. And when you tell them your name, Hohewayana, they start making that connection. Oh, you're from Watanga, the Broken Glass Band. You're from Red Moon, the Red Moon Band. So they make that connection with names. And then one of the things that we encounter in history, there's always talk about how we govern ourselves, how we want to rule ourselves as far as communities, land base, areas, and today they're called reservations. But prior to that, when we were encountered by this person that we call Columbus, he was on ships and he came from a different country. And so he was looking to conquer the world, to go out and see the new world. He wanted to find, him and other countries had an agreement to go out and find and conquer new countries, expand our territory. And so Columbus came and he got lost. And when he got lost, he thought he was in the Indies. And so when he saw us as native people on our own lands in the United States, America, he said, those are Indians. And that's how we became known as Indians, because he pointed it out and said, you guys are Indian people. He thought he was in the Indies. He was in the wrong place. And so when he got off his ship, the first thing he stepped into was that salty water. Remember I talked about that salty water come from the ocean. And so when he first stepped on the sands of the beaches of our United States, the first step he took, he thought was I'm putting my mark on this land. This is now my country. And so as he moved into our country, he brought disease. He brought other animals to this country that gave us disease and sickness. And so he conquered this. He wanted to be a conqueror. And so Columbus was, we still have controversies today in how we challenge who discovered who. And when we say discovery, core of discovery, then he encroached on our lands. This was our land to begin with. And so as he came to conquer this, then other things came, other people appeared. And that's what one things that we call the pilgrims. They came from a different country. They brought us disease. But we felt we were humble people. We're still humble people today, that we felt sorry for them. Let's feed them. They look hungry. They look starving. They look like they're about to die. So let's feed them this animal. And that's when they fed them the pumpkin. They gave them vegetables, the pumpkin, and they gave them the turkey. And then they had a feast. And so they ate with us, and then the native people that they called the Indians. And as we had this feast, then they start wanting to teach us how to plant things, and we already knew how to plant. And so they were wanting to teach us different methods, and we didn't follow that. But one thing that Columbus said was when he went back, he said, this is my new land. That world over there is ours. So we can go over there now and start building our own cities and villages that's going to take over these Indians. We'll take the land from them. And so those are things we encounter. History is, sometimes it repeats itself. And history is a very powerful tool. Always remember where you came from. Always remember what happened in the past, because you're going to need to know that. And history repeats itself through disease. And so one of the things that we encounter is sickness, disease. They brought us smallpox, chickenpox, measles. And when they did that, it affected our immune system was very healthy. And our immune system couldn't fight that disease. And as a result of that, millions of Indians died suddenly. And so our race started to almost disappear. But it was through our beliefs and our way of life that we were given that kept us strong. And they told us, you're going to survive because you're resilient people. You're empowered by all these animals and plants. They're sacred to you. And so always remember that they're going to take care of you. And you're going to meet these challenges of new people. And these new people, they're going to have white skin. And they told us white is a very powerful color. It's supposed to represent pure for our Cheyenne people. It's a purification color. But when we see the white people, we don't think of that as purification. We think of that as sickness and disease and when I say a color we challenge today, a color that we associate with disease and sickness among our people. And that color is important. And later on down the line, as we were governed by the United States government, they gave us things of color. And the sweet medicine said, stay away from those things they're going to give you because they're associated with that white color. If you do that, you're going to get sick. Disease is going to come from that color. And they said, well, what do you mean? And so guess what we have today that's white? We got salt, sugar, flour, lard. And that today brings us disease, diabetes, sickness. And so that came true. So be very careful with that color white. And he said they're going to conquer your world, but they're going to provide the disease to get you out of the way. It's going to create almost like genocide. And so those are things I think about today that are very important. And so when sweet medicine gave us the right to govern ourselves, he gave us laws. He said, and you must follow these laws. He said the four main things is, and he said, 1, you shall respect your people. 2, you shall not steal from your people. And 3, you must be honest. And 4, you shall not kill another Cheyenne. If you kill another Cheyenne, you will be banished from your people. So those are strict laws that we apply today, traditional laws. And so that's how we govern ourselves through being a tribe, Cheyenne and Arapaho tribes, but also govern ourselves to have policy, to have laws. And so sweet medicine gave us all of that instruction in the Bear Butte Cave. Noah was Bear Butte in South Dakota, our sacred mountain. He had stayed in that mountain for 4 years, receiving instruction. And in them 4 years, he gave us sacred covenants. Each tribe that was there was 7 tribes, Plains tribes, and they each got a sacred object from that mountain. And so ours was the arrows. And sometimes we tend not to talk about them because of their sacredness. And most of all, Cheyenne women are not supposed to talk about the mahots, the Cheyenne arrows, the sacred covenant. So we're limited on what we can say about those objects. But when they were sitting in that cave, when that spirit told sweet medicine, he said, come in here. And he had all these objects laying around in a circle. And he said, each tribe that comes in, there's 7 you Plains people, I want you to pick an object. And so they said that object going to take care of your people forever. And so as all the tribes came in, and the Cheyennes, they picked the arrows. And the Arapahos, they picked the black pipe. And the Kiowas, they picked the 10 grandmothers. And then the other tribes, the Sioux, they picked that holy white buffalo woman calf pipe. And the other ones, they picked other objects that were there, and it was corn. All of them bypassed that first object that was by the door. No one chose it. They took all of these objects. He said, take them back to your people. They're going to govern you. They're going to take care of you as a nation, keep you strong. And pretty soon, as they left, he said, before you guys leave with your covenants I'm going to give you that's going to govern your people, I want to ask you something. He said, why didn't you guys, any of you, pick that object that was there laying there first? I put that object there first. And they all looked at each other and they said, it's just a rock. It's just a round rock. We got no need for that. Don't look good. And he said, that's why we didn't choose it. You, yeah, same thing. And Sweet Medicine told him, if you would have chose that rock, your people would live forever. But you didn't. Now your people will die from sickness, disease. So that rock lives forever, just like the sky. Just like this grass, green, the rivers flow. That's forever, eternity. You would have had eternal life, but you didn't choose it. So go on and take your objects. Those objects will govern your people.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, chaaskuta.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
Tatistas na hitaiwa iyo viho sanistits. CATV na noho noho.
Wahei asaku ana hinana ena na hitasina he JSQ tanina. CATV 35.
Tatistas na hitawoyo viho sanistuts. Haho tiviho sanis.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
talk and they will hear you. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. 0 tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Hello and welcome to Tsitsistas and Ananae Today, Cheyenne and Arapaho Today. I'm your host, Darren Brown, and I'm joined today by James Sleeper and Rainey Ferris from our Cheyenne and Arapaho language program. Now, Rainey, you study Cheyenne, the Cheyenne language, James, obviously, Arapaho language. Because most people don't know we have two distinct languages here. I guess they're related, but neither one of them is really easy. But you have a lot of young people in your program as well, right?
Yes, we have 9 Cheyenne junior apprentices right now.
And what age are these guys?
Ours are pretty young. A lot of ours are straight out of high school actually right now.
So yeah, that's exciting, encouraging that they're at the young age they're already like jumping in and making the commitment to do this, because as we know, it's much easier for younger people to learn than as you get older. But we like to meet them right now, so let's do that, and we'll see you on the other side.
Dos, Amanda, Naasa Na. Hinana Atit is an Algonquin language. It's related to Blackfoot, Cheyenne, and Gros Ventre.
Dos, Ariel Long, Naasa Na, Nita Baase, Hinana Nihi.
Well, hey, Haba, Naasi Hinal Tanner. A Hinana Aiti speaker cannot understand Cheyenne or any other languages.
Dos Ariel Naasi Hinal Nakases Naasi Hinal Anihi. I'm learning Hinana Aiti to inspire other young people to learn their languages.
Dos Megan Naasi Hinal. The number of Arapaho fluent first language speakers is less than 50 at this point.
Dos Rochelle Romanos Naasi No. The Arapaho were likely the first group to split off from the main Algonquin group, which is why Arapaho is so different from other languages.
Jeff Naasihana. There are several hundred people in their 40s, 50s, and 60s who can understand Hinana Aiti but cannot speak it.
Pivotal Williams, Jasmine Naisheveh.
Jandra Nahishave. Learning the language is important to me so I can pass it to my family members.
Ivan Nahishave. The reason why I'm learning my language is to revitalize my culture.
Children were forbidden to use their native languages and they were punished and abused if they were caught speaking it. Grandparents and parents became fearful, so they did not teach their children the languages because they wanted to keep them safe.
Aiden Nahishave, the Cheyenne of Oklahoma, is related to the Northern Cheyenne in Montana, and were separated due to colonization.
Jean Big Medicine Nahishave. Learning the language is important to me because it is a part of who I am. The Cheyenne language holds important clues about our traditional knowledge structures and worldviews. Because our language is so critically endangered, we have to commit to revitalization efforts now so that our language survives and thrives well into the future.
Edmund Nahishave. I really wanted to learn the language to bring me closer to my culture and heritage. Plus, I really love to learn.
Colonial educational systems like boarding schools disrupt the transmission of cultural knowledge and the language from one generation to the next. Like most languages in the U.S., Cheyenne's language speakers began to dramatically decline in this era.
Michael Beaver Nahishave. I want to learn my language to be able to teach my culture and preserve its history.
Okay, so there's a look at all of the young people in your program that are learning the languages. And like I said, I'm so encouraged to see young people really get interested in this. As I mentioned earlier, James, you study Arapaho, and Randy, you study Cheyenne. And the thing is, working here at the tribes, you can't help, even though you're learning one, you can't help but learn a little bit of the other, right?
Yes.
True.
I mean, because I guess you got so many people who really identify as Cheyenne and Arapaho.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, the thing is, we were talking about, I mean, one time someone asked me, well, which language is easier? And I said, my gosh, neither. I mean, neither one of them is easy. But I know that it probably is intimidating for, a lot of people. It might have been for you when you first started. But we want to tell you that it's not impossible. And so to demonstrate that, you who study Arapaho, you're going to teach something to Rainey in Arapaho, and then you're going to share Cheyenne with a person who doesn't study it. So I cannot wait to see this. So you guys do your thing and kind of explain to us what you're doing.
All right. Yep. Haho, Darren. Yeah, so we have a little saying whenever we're in our sessions. We always say, Nana thought, Hawa thought. It means this is difficult, but it's fun. So we try to make it fun, and one of the Cheyenne elders that I got to meet, he said something that really stuck with me. He said, be enthusiastic about it. So that's how I always try to be. So we'll try to go over some things in Arapaho right now with Rainey. And personally, I just want to mention, we can make an effort to say hinanae. That's the original word for our people when it comes to Arapaho. So let's get started. You ready, Rainey?
Yes.
All right, let's do. You're supposed to say
yeah. Oh.
There, now we're going.
Now we're talking.
Now we're talking. All right, so first off, I'm going to say, what's your name? And then what I like to do, I always like to say, my name is, what is your name? And so I'll kind of teach you how to say my name is. And so I'll walk you through that real quick. So we say, Na'asihena.
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 All right, so then I would say, Na'asihena James. And then I would say, Hadosihi. What is your name?
Rainey Na'asihena.
All right, we'll try it one more time. Na'asihena James. Hadosihi.
Rainey Na'asihena.
All right, Niaton, good job. Yeah. So that's how you say my name is in Hinana-Atit, Arapaho language.
Now, tell me about that Hinana-Atit.
Yeah, Hinana-Atit that's the Arapaho language. Yeah.
Okay. How you feel about that? Was it difficult?
It's different. Our languages are two different, separate languages. But I too am both Cheyenne and Arapaho, so I enjoy learning both.
All right, your turn.
Okay, so in Tissanist, that's how you say the Cheyenne language, Tissanist, Rainey Nahishave, so Nidunshave, James Nahishave.
James Nahishave.
Mm-hmm. So Rainey Nahishave, Nidunshave.
James Nahishave.
Mm-hmm. So that's how you would say my name is in Tissanist.
Let me ask you this. Are there, and I'm assuming I know a little bit about just from working here, but are there sounds that are different in both languages? That maybe that's one that's unique to its own?
Yeah, in Hinana-Atit, Arapaho language, we have this sound. It's represented by X in our alphabet, and it's like I don't know how to put it. It's like you're clearing your throat almost.
Oh yeah, I've heard that.
Yeah.
It's kind of a
like
that.
So we have a word. We say maybe. You say no hit. So that's an interesting sound. It's kind of unique.
And are there some like that in Cheyenne?
Yeah, there is. It's kind of more like S sounds.
Like the TS.
Yeah.
Like in the name that I'm always worried I'm going to screw up at the beginning of the show.
Yeah. So the tribes, some other tribes would call us like the snake talking people because we have that sound in a lot of when we talk.
Yeah. Nice. Do you guys have another example you want to show us real quick?
Yeah, we do. So I'm going to ask Rainey if she's Cheyenne, but I'm going to say it in Arapaho, and then Rainey, if you want, you can say, I am Cheyenne and Arapaho. And I'll say I am too, part Cheyenne as well. So I'll teach you how to say that, you know. So to say I am Cheyenne, we say hit the scene and all.
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 Yeah, good job, Newton. So and then I'll say go hey hit the scene.
Hit the scene and all.
Yeah, good job. We'll try it again. Go hey hit the scene.
Hit the scene and all.
All right, Newton.
Let me ask you about that. Right, that gaha. What?
Gahe.
Gahe.
Mm-hmm. Hit the sea.
Hit the sea. Does it actually translate to what is what you were saying? What is your tribe, or
are you Cheyenne? Yeah, that's what it translates.
Because I know that a lot of languages, they don't. You know, English is. You don't realize English is doesn't follow a lot of rules. Mm-hmm. It's kind of all over the place. So when you say something like, a lot of things don't translate word for word, and I'm just wondering if these languages are like that.
Yeah, well, the hit the sea means something, you know, and I'm not that great at language, you know. I'm a beginner, but that's pretty much what it means. Are you Cheyenne? So. Okay,
I didn't mean to interrupt because you've got to do your side now.
Okay, so I'll ask you, are you Cheyenne? And how you say I am Cheyenne, you say Natista. So, Natista?
Natista?
Mm-hmm. So, Natista, Nitista?
Natista.
Mm-hmm. Good job.
Right.
Let me ask you this. What do you guys, when you're, like say someone comes in and they know nothing, what do you start with? I mean, you start with a phrase, or I know that you could try to teach them just words, but if people just learn words, how do they ever form sentences, you know? Mm-hmm. I mean, do you teach them first? I'm assuming it's hello or good morning or something?
So we start with the basics, you know, when talking with natives, they're going to always want to know, what is your name? Who are you? You know? So we start with, you know, those kind of basics of like, my name is, and things like that, and just try to build from there.
Yeah, on the Hinana side, we do the same thing. So just these two phrases that we did here, that's usually what we go along with. And then we start to conjugate. So we would say, are you Arapaho? Am I Arapaho? Is he or she Arapaho? And then what's your name?
Oh, conjugation.
Oh. What's his or her name? I know it's a big word.
Yeah, well, it's a scary thing to have to mess with.
Yeah.
But it's true. You just can't, like in English, you can't go around saying, you can't use the present tense for something you're talking about the past tense, I suppose. Basically what we mean.
Yeah. It's a lot of fun. We have a lot of fun, and I'm really proud of all the apprentices that we just hired on. We have about over 15 new apprentices, all together, Cheyenne and Arapaho, Hinana and... Yeah. So we have over 15. We're excited about that. Hold on, let me take this call.
No, hold on. Somebody answer that phone. Let me ask you, and I meant to ask you off the top, because I know a little bit about this, but here in Oklahoma, we have. I know the number of Cheyenne speakers is there's a certain number, and there's same with the Arapaho. Can you guys walk us through that?
So on the Cheyenne Tasista side, we have less than 10 first language speakers. So what we consider a first language speaker is someone whose very first language they were taught was Cheyenne. So we have less than 10 in Oklahoma.
Man, it's just hard to even digest that. I mean, what about the Arapaho side?
Yeah, on the Hinana side here in Oklahoma, there are not any fluent conversational speakers left anymore. Luckily, we have some in Wyoming, and that's who we've been working with.
Northern Cheyenne brothers and sisters.
Northern
Arapaho, yeah.
Arapaho,
that's what I meant.
Yeah. No, you're good. Yeah, so, we're lucky that we have established a relationship with them, and we're able to learn from them. And we enjoy it. And
I know that I have to ask you for, can you give me like a definition of? I'm assuming there are people here who do speak Cheyenne and Arapaho, but what's your definition of fluent? somebody who can...
Someone whose very first language they were taught was Ticinus or Hanane.
Yeah. To us, it's all these like right off the top of your head, where you can say, tomorrow I'm going to work. Today I'm working, and yesterday I didn't work. And so, if somebody has that knowledge, to do conjugations, past, present, future, and things like this, that's what we look for on the Hinane side, because that's part of the piece that's missing in general for indigenous language revitalization efforts is the conversational part.
That's the thing. So basically, if you cannot hold a 10-minute conversation completely in the language, then you can't really call yourself fluent. Is what you're saying, basically.
Yeah.
I mean, because I know that I've met people here who, older folks who I'm just like, wow. I mean, and I've met so many that knew a little, but they were afraid to share it because they were afraid it wasn't right. And I'm like, but I've seen them get together with other elders and they say, I remember that word. Yeah. And I just tell people, man, if you, I like to hear you guys talk about it. When you speak, go ahead. I heard you posted on Facebook one day, when you speak your languages, your ancestors are smiling, right?
Yeah. So yeah, and a lot of times, they haven't heard the language spoken in so long, or haven't got to have those conversations because of the few amount of speakers left, so they forget them, when you're not using it every day, you forget those words. So
you just got to share, whether you think you're at 100% or not.
Yeah.
You just share your gifts, share your knowledge. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Say that again. Share it, baby.
Yeah, thankfully, our Hinane and
Tisistas.
Yeah, our people down here, we're still rich in our culture. Yeah, we have a lot of elders that are, culturally knowledgeable, and it's really special. So we always we don't ever forget about them, over here, and so all the work and relationships that we've been able to establish through our efforts of learning language have been really, really rewarding. So,
man, I wish we had another 45 minutes to talk about this, but I want to thank you guys so much for coming on. We're going to take a quick break. When we come back on the other side, we are going to learn some more conversational day-to-day Cheyenne and Arapaho languages. We'll be right back.
Nakayena. Nakayena.
Okay, we're back here on Tsitsistas and Hanana today, and right now I'm joined by Brendan Haig and Regina Youngbear with our Cheyenne and Arapaho language program. And I know, Regina, you've been studying for Arapaho for a number of years, right?
Yes, 6 years.
6 years, and you've been studying for Cheyenne for
4 years.
Okay, one thing we talked about in the last segment, which I want to bring up, is people learn different languages for all different reasons. I mean, if you're taking a vacation to Cancun, then you probably should learn some Spanish, because so you can buy stuff and you say, "Can I go to the bathroom?" Stuff like that. But when it comes to these native languages, I know that a lot of people I've spoken here at the tribes, everyone has a little different reason for learning, and I'd like to hear from you guys. Why do you think? Why is it important to you?
The language is important to be able to have the knowledge to pass down to the next generation.
I know that I've met so many elders here that well, the truth is, when we lose an elder, you don't just lose that person, but you lose the knowledge that they had, and it's the same in every tribes all across the country. And Regina, is the same type of thing for you? Same type of reasoning?
Well, yeah, to pass down to future generations, but also a lot of our grandparents were forbidden to speak our languages back in the boarding school era, and it kind of skipped our generations. A lot of our parents do not speak the language. You're lucky if your parent could speak the language, but with us learning the language, we see that it is important to work on it every day. It's a lifestyle, really.
Yeah, you can't just learn a couple of words and call it good, right?
Yeah.
I'm so glad you said that about boarding schools. I don't know if everyone realizes that what I've noticed is that there are people like in their 60s and 70s, maybe, or 70s who speak it, and then there are people like in their 30s and 40s, but there's a huge gap, and that's why, because there were so many people who, believe it or not, who were in boarding schools were not allowed to speak their native languages and were punished sometimes severely for speaking it, and that's a whole other show we won't get into. But we're here to share a little bit. So I know, Regina, that you get a chance to teach and share with some young people. So we want to share some language here. So I'm going to try to shut up and let you guys do your thing.
Okay. In Arapaho, you say, sit down, Janaku. Janaku.
And how you say sit down in Cheyenne, Hamstuts. Hamstuts.
And it's interesting, is like we were talking in the last segment, is like there's different sounds in each language. So Hamstuts doesn't sound like Janaku. If it sounds like a different language, it's because it is. But those are, are there words that you start with when you teach kids? That's very basic stuff?
Well, yeah, like good morning is Niaket.
And how you say good morning in Cheyenne, Pivawonat.
Let's try that one more time.
Niaket.
Everybody, Niaket. Everybody. Very nice, very nice. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. One thing I wanted to bring up is, do you start with words or do you start with phrases? I don't know how that works.
You can just start with simple phrases, like we said, good morning, Niaket. In Arapaho, we also have the word for hello. It is dos. And anyone can say that to each other when they want to greet each other.
So you and I could both say dos?
Yes.
Even so there's not a male-female rule to that?
There is, but there is a male-to-male greeting, but...
That's right.
Yeah.
So, but we're going to go with dos.
Yeah,
that's
dos.
Easy.
Dos.
And for meeting someone in the mornings, it would just be Pivawonat or Pivotawums.
How's that again?
Pivotawums.
And what does that translate to?
It's just meaning it's good to see you.
Okay. And okay.
In Arapaho, it is good to see you would be Hanaye Nahabethan.
Woo! Now we got syllables. Now we got 5-6 syllables. One more time.
Hanaye Nahabethan.
Now, when you teach that, I'm guessing you have to break it down.
Yes.
By
Hanaye Nahabethan.
Hanaye. Let's hear you say it.
Pivot.
No, let's hear you say let's hear you say the Arapaho word.
Hanaye Habethan.
Hanaye.
Hanaye.
Nahabethan.
Nahabethan.
See, this is what I do. I bring people together. We want you guys to learn. It's like I said, it's not easy, but you should not be scared to do it. We would encourage all of you to try to learn a little bit of. Speaking of, thank you. Come on, I like that one.
Ha-ho.
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 Ha-ho. I love that. I love that. And that's Arapaho, Cheyenne.
Nia-ish.
One more time.
Nia-ish.
Nia-ish. That's, see, how can you go wrong with learning thank you? All right. Now, I know that I've just heard this from people that, and I think a lot of other tribes will tell you that there's not really a word for a goodbye, right? And I think that's so cool to know. That most tribes have like a, I'll see you later, that type of thing. Is that what we have here?
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, it's more like I will see you again. Stasawums. Stasawums.
One more time.
Stasawums.
Very nice. And how would we say that in Nanae?
In Hanana we have two ways of saying it. You can either say hatihi, or you can also say hatchet na habethan. Hatchet na habethan.
Do they translate to the same thing?
Yes.
Really? So you're
one
saying,
is I'll see you later, and one is I will see you again. But you could use both.
And what's the shorter one?
Hatihi.
Hati'i. I knew the other one, but I did not know Hati'i.
Yeah.
Hati'i.
Hatihi.
I like Hati'i. I like it. Okay. One other thing that we were talking about just a little bit ago is that there were. I'm guessing that now you had to find words now for current day items, like there were no cell phones or computers, or there were no laptops back then or TVs. So I'm guessing that either you or other people just recently had to come up with words to use them so you could say them. I mean, I'm curious. Do we have a word for cell phone now, or?
Yeah, asiestaduts.
Whoa, asiestaduts. What does it mean?
It's just a cellular device where you can just call.
But I mean, what do you know what it translates physically? I mean, actually to, like smart box or
just
device?
Like a smartphone.
Wow. I mean, is there one for in Arapaho?
Arapaho telephone would be watekuta.
And do we have was that created as a specific word?
Yeah, just a specific word. I don't know the meaning.
Okay. You got one for tablet, maybe Fire Stick?
We have one for computer. It's a Gana e na.
Now, is that something you guys came up with?
No. The speakers in Wyoming, they come up with some of the newer terms.
Mm-hmm. You guys, about Cheyenne, word for computer?
I don't think so.
You're still working on it. Yeah. It's a work in progress.
Television?
Television? Yeah.
See, that's one you guys need to know. Everybody loves TV, and if you don't, there's something wrong with you.
Oh, yeah, we do have a word for
What's that?
School. Hoestunum hayot.
Ooh, that sounds...
Hoestunum hayot.
One more time.
Hoestunum hayot.
Hoestunum hayot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good one.
School in Arapaho would be Niete Na'au.
Man. The number of syllables, I think that probably scares a lot of people. But I know that here at Cheyenne and Arapaho TV, we've worked with children, and you've helped us out before. We had a sentence, and I think we had about a 6 or 7 year old, and I cut the sentence together, and I think you guys helped us break it down syllable by syllable. The beautiful thing was once we played it, other people thought, that girl speaks Arapaho. I'm like, no, she doesn't really. But we weaved it together so well. But I know that she learned that word. She learned those words because, well, first of all, kids are so much smarter than we are. I mean, let's just be honest. And they learn things so much quicker because their brain isn't cluttered with all the stuff that you gather over the years like we do. As we close out here, what's one thing that you guys want to think that people ought to know about these old languages? Brenda, you get to go first.
Something about learning about these languages. It does take some time, and it does take a lot of determination, a lot of patience. But it does help a lot when you have the elder speakers there to help you out. Sometimes in a session, if you don't know a certain question, you can always tell them or throw out, oh, I don't know, kind of have that feedback of one-on-one.
Yeah. And quickly, before we're starting to run low on time here, but yeah, I know it's important to you, but what do you tell people, to encourage them about this language?
When we learn this language, we call it Hanana Eitit. we're learning not only our languages for our people, but we're also learning some of our ways of life through the language, like how they cook, how they, you know, prepare things. A lot of our languages are telling stories that could carry on through our future generations. And it's important to learn your languages, and any language is important. So.
Very nice, very nicely done. Like I said, I think it's just. We just want to stress that, you know, we've just barely even scratched the surface here with Cheyenne and Arapaho, because there are 2 languages here, and I would just encourage you guys, if you're curious, to definitely check it out and give these guys a call if you like. And I don't think you can ever go wrong with learning a different language. I mean, whether, you know, it's Portuguese, Spanish, Cheyenne, Arapaho, you know, Sioux, Apache, Comanche, whatever tribe you are, I think it's important that you learn those things so you can pass them along. Well, thank you so much for joining us here. Once again, my name is Darren Brown. This is Titsistas and Hanana Today. We will see you next time. Thank you.
Right now we're at the Watanga ERC. We are here for the Pathways to Community Living Elders Traditional Night. Is what our event is called, the outreach event.
We're part of the prevention programs for the Cheyenne and Arapaho tribe, and over here, y'all come see us. We got our booth over here, and we got some incentive items that we are giving out. And then,
what are your thoughts on these programs bringing their services to the communities like that?
It's better because in some communities, you know, people don't get to. If it's right there, it's more convenient. So it's good.
Respect by Rita Franklin. Desiree always thinks that songs are her man when she gets mad.
Good, they come out to the communities. Nice to all these young ladies and men come out here and share their program, what they have to offer. It's a good deal. A lot of relatives out here today. I don't usually see them anywhere. They stay home.
It should be 16 total. Go down and then up.
We need to embrace the language and bring it back in. Even if it's just little words at a time, greeting, you know, and you start hearing it. Eventually they'll pick it up.
We're here because just as you taking care of us, it's our responsibility to take care of you. So today is for you, our elders. Thank you for your love, for your guidance, and thank you for always reminding us of who we are. Enjoy your evening.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by Bernina of Oklahoma City, providers of quality precision sewing machines. And by Four Child Society, designers of native apparel, t-shirts, decals, and more. And by generous contributions from viewers like you.
Welcome back to Making Regalia with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge, here in Concho, Oklahoma, home of the Southern Cheyenne, Southern Arapaho tribes, my tribes. And once again, I'm proud to bring you another episode. And today we're going to be doing a men's traditional bustle. Now, I've been doing bustles pretty much since I was 14 years old. I started off doing men's fancy dance bustles. I started working on my personally own bustles. I learned from different people and watching different styles and stuff. And today, you know, I'm going to show you from ground up how to construct a bustle. So we're going to do, we're actually going to cut the stem, add the extension, add the bottoms, actually do a little bit of like thread work with it, but I'm going to show you how my style is done. Now, I know I'm not the best bustle maker in the world out there, but, you know, I'm just going to show you how I do it. And hopefully the tips I show you here, you know, you can take it with you and, you know, go with it and helps you out like making your own bustles. So let me get started with the traditional bustle. There's, a couple different styles of traditional bustles out there. You have the men's traditional contemporary, which is more elaborate, kind of a bigger style of bustle. Today we're going to be working with kind of an older style of bustle. It's going to be the more round bustle. It's kind of smaller, but it's more traditional, more kind of the older style. What I'll be working with today is we've actually got some golden eagle feathers, and this is actually from my friend, one of my good brothers, Matt Little Creek out there. He's Ojibwe, and he asked me to actually make this bustle for him. I made a couple of them for him in the past. He never paid me on them, but hopefully he pays me on this one. So I'm kind of putting you on blast out there, Matt. I'm just kidding. I'm only kidding. But here we go. We're going to start from the ground up on how to do this. So what we're going to be starting with is the bare base eagle feather, and you can actually use this, like if you're working with turkey spikes, like chicken spikes, anything. But feathers are pretty much all similar in their shape and their texture. You'll see, like, you'll have the stem here, and basically this is actually hollow. So what we're going to be doing is I'm going to chop the very end of this, and we're going to add an extension to here. Now, depending on how big you want your bustle, is that's what you're going to use your extension for. The bigger the extension, the bigger the bustle, the larger it will be. This one, since it's very old style, kind of like just kind of like more traditional, I'm only going to go from here and measure from like the stem, right where the feathers start, and go like 3 inches down. I'm going to put my extension right in here, and there's a lot of different techniques on actually how to actually put the extension in. Some people put the extension as far as they can go, and then they'll fill it with Elmer's glue, and I've done that before, and when I first started out doing that, I used to do that all the time, but it actually was very hard to get through this stem. And now I've learned a new technique, which actually it's a whole lot easier. So I don't really do that too much. I'm going to show you a faster way to do it. And all the bustles that I've done in the past, I use this technique, and I don't really have too much of a problem with it. So I'm kind of reliant on this now. It's a little bit faster pace. So here we go. I'm going to show you how to do this. So right at the bottom, what we're going to do is I'm just going to measure like from here to here, and then I'm just going to chop this off. So take my trusty ruler, flip this around, look at the bottom of the feather. Okay, 3 inches. So I'm going to go a little bit above 3 inches. Chop off. I'm just going to go 2 and mark it right there. Now, when you're working with feathers like this, like these little stems will get all over the place, and it's pretty much easy. That's all you got to do is just cut it once. And drop them anywhere. But the thing is, like when I work through all these feathers, I have them like all over my floor, and it's kind of a mess. So you have to always vacuum all the time. Plus, if they're brand new feathers like eagle feathers, sometimes you'll have a lot of plumage, and you have to vacuum that up. So I've got that, and now I've got my dowel rod. I used to get these real long ones from Home Depot or Lowe's. I found that Walmart actually has these 3/8 dowel rods in a pack. You can buy them for like $2, and I think you get 12 of them. So to cut costs and stuff, this is a kind of a better deal for me. Now, if you see, when I take my dowel rod, I insert into like the little the hollow part of the feather. You can see it kind of gives a little leeway because it's kind of loose. And so what I want to do is I want to give that a little bit more stiffness. So the other part that I use a lot is I use your trusty masking tape. Masking tape is perfect for this. It's a perfect job for it. And like I said in the past, I've noticed people that a long time ago, my uncles and people I used to look up to and whatnot for making bustles, they used to fill this full of glue, which is a good idea. It keeps it pretty stiff. But if you ever take these down or rebuild them, it is a pain, and sometimes you'll damage the stem. So what I've done is, like, to give it a little stiffness, is I'll wrap this dowel rod with masking tape. That way, you can get a perfect fit. And all I'm going to do is just kind of jam it in there. And if you see, it gives it more stability. So it's almost there. I want to get maybe another round on there. And what we're looking is to, make it perfectly flush. So there. Now it's perfect. good fit, you know, it's a good solid fit, you know, you don't see it rocking back and forth. That's kind of where you wanted to get to. Now the other part is I'm actually not going to use any glue. I'm going to use my masking tape again. What I want to do is actually get this perfectly flush. What I mean by flush is, you know, I want it to, if you kind of see there's kind of a rough edge where it goes down, I want it to almost angle down and make it perfectly flush. And the best way I know how to do it is just take my masking tape and then roll it. So all I'm doing is going over, just like so, and I'll do it one more time just to get that groove out of there. And the reason why I want to do that is to get that groove out of there is, you know, some people use yarn to actually decorate the stems. I use a lot of tape. The tape, you know, I want it to get flush because if it has that little groove in there, sometimes it can make little like, I guess, wrinkles in your tape job. And, you know, I want to get this as good as possible. So I keep doing that until I feel, you know, it's almost flush, and now I can work with my tape. So now that we got, you know, like our stem flush, that, you know, the best way I can feel like, you know, that I don't feel like when I do the tape, it's going to cause any wrinkles. You know, all I'm going to do is just measure down, and I want to measure, you know, like just about 3 inches. And if you look, right about 3 inches, that's just perfectly where I want it. Now, working with eagle feathers, you know, I'm going to make this one uniform, where all these feathers are all going to be like 3 inches all the way across, just from like measuring from this fluff. So take in mind that I'm going to use this one as a reference to reference all the other feathers. So they're all going to be, the stem will actually equal to 3 inches. So I'm just going to cut around. I don't want to cut, you know, use all my strength. Sometimes you might break the dowel rod. So what I like to do is I just like to, you know, just roll it so I get a pretty good round, and then when I feel it's weak enough, I just break it in half. So now that I've got it done, you know, I got my extension in there, it's, you know, pretty sturdy, and the masking tape is going to hold it in place. So from here, what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and tape it. And then from there, we're going to actually add my bottom. My bottom is actually a loop from here to here, so that way we can intertwine it with shoestring. The shoestring will hold it all together when we all lace everything up. So I'm going to spill a little trick in one of my trades. I use a lot of vinyl tape. This vinyl tape it works perfect. It's very bright, and I'm going to spill one of my trade secrets here on the show. A lot of people ask me where I get my tape from, and I do a lot of tape jobs as far as bustle works and stuff. And if you can see behind me, like all that I did with vinyl tape. And the cool part is the way I do it is, I'm going to try to jump in front of it like real quick, is I create a template when I do my tape jobs. Once I do a template, I use like an old shish kebab stick or something, and I practice on these. You know, I kind of like figure out what my color combination is, and you know, there's other styles you can do. You can actually do steps to make, you know, like diamonds and tape jobs, but you know, for doing a diamond, I actually use several different like templates. But the reason why I use this is that I make them perfect. Every one of them is actually going to equal. So once you get your one template done, all you got to use is a reference, and every feather will come out perfectly. So that's one way I do it. You know, it's a little bit more tedious, but once you have this, all you got to do is measure up. And if you want to see, as soon as I put this up to the feather, to my old bustles, you know, it looks perfect for every single feather. But that's why I use these. But this one, you know, I'm just going to tape up just for the show. The vinyl tape, my trade secret where I get these is from, usually from sign companies. I'll go into a sign company, and a lot of them that make signs, you know, that actually cut out letters, they'll have scraps. And I usually just go out there and like, hey, do you have any scraps you might, you know, that you don't want, or, you know, I'll pay you $20, you know, for any of your scraps. And most of the time, they're more than happy to give them to me. So I usually walk out with, you know, boxes full of just scraps with a very cool tape. I usually get gold metallics, you know, chrome and everything else, and fluorescence too. So that is where I get my tape jobs and stuff like that. So this tape works really well. You know, once it I guess touches itself, the adhesive like works perfect. So what I'm going to do is just pull this off, and I want to push this right about where the feather is. So I'm going to pull it up a little bit, and I'm just going to wrap it around. And I've done this so much that, you kind of start with one side and move to the other. That way, you try not to get any wrinkles out of it. You want to get a perfectly flush tape job. And there we go. Now it's pretty flush. Now this bottom part is it kind of doesn't stick too well, but that's where we're going to actually add our bottom to. So you don't really have to worry about that too much. But that's where we get it. And from here, I'm going to show you how to get my bottoms. One of my trade secrets is the very bottom pieces, which I attach the feathers to, is I use a lot of zip ties. Zip ties I found, really works well because they're plastic, pretty durable. And they're cheap, and if I have to replace them, all I gotta do is cut like my thread work that I've attached it with and add a new one in, which takes probably like less than 3 minutes to do. So I've got right here is some zip ties, the actual long piece that I've already chopped up. Now I've chopped these up, and usually I keep them just because I do a lot of bustles, and I'm not even sure what the measurement is on this. I kind of just eyeball it, and then if I measure this one, it's a little off, but it's a little over 1.5 inches. So about 1 3/4 inches. You might want to make them a little bit longer, but all I gotta do is just bend this in half. And I like to bend them where they kind of touch. And there, now you got a little like a bend to it. And now all I need is my twine. This is also called, I think when we actually shop for it, crochet something, whatever. I'm not for sure, but I use it a lot, and I found that, that I pretty much use it for all my bustles. The cool part is it comes in different colors. This one I got green. I'm just gonna go with all green on this one and let my brother do his own tape job. But I'm gonna keep it uniform with the green. I find this at Hobby Lobby, although Walmart, the last one I went to, quit selling it for some reason. I don't know why. So I'm gonna ban Walmart from here on out if I can. But here on out, this is a crochet. There comes in different sizes. It comes in a 10, which is kind of a smaller thread. I like to use a 3. The 3 is a little bit thicker, and I find that I can do my thread work a little bit faster. So I kind of like, that's kind of one of my little cheat sheets right there, is use the kind of the bigger thread. So it takes up more space, and it's actually faster to use. So going forth, I got my bottom of my zip tie, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to take my feather and I'm going to bend the zip tie in half, and I'm going to attach it. This way I'm actually making an eyelet with this, and I'm going to use my thread to attach it with. Now this probably comes from the originality of using thread, maybe, I'm not sure, maybe tying on arrowheads and stuff like that, I guess. But it's kind of the way I've learned how to do it. Is what I'll do is I'll wrap it like that, and I'll throw the excess of the thread over here so I can tie a knot later, and then I'll just use this. Now, granted, a lot of bustle makers out there, you're gonna, you all know that right here, your finger is gonna get a little raw. It's gonna start turning into a rock. Depending on how many bustles you worked. One year, I did I couldn't even count how many I did, but this feather got pretty rough. And sometimes I like to use a little electric tape here and there, just to kind of protect my finger. So what I do is I just start to wrap it, and I kind of inch my fingers up, and go all the way around and attach it. Now I'm using a lot of tension on this, and that way it can get secure and very tight, because I want this to stay on as long as possible. So I'm trying to, the idea is that you want to use a lot of tension because you want this to be perfectly on there. And also I like to check it, make sure it's flush with the stem, because if it's cockeyed or like cattywampus in a way, it'll make the feather kind of bow this way or this way when you actually put all the feathers together. You want them all to be flush. Now I got it pretty tight, and it's kind of, you're gonna have to learn your own trick to actually tie in a knot. And so sometimes I'll use my teeth, or this one I'll just use my fingers because I don't want to show me biting string on the show. So here we go. And perfect knot. Now if I was at home, I'd probably be using my teeth to do that, but I gotta be proper on the show, as my director says. So I'm gonna cut it. Got a little excess, and sometimes it might be a little off. All I do is I look from here and make sure it's flush. Sometimes you might have to bend it or try to rotate it just a little bit. And I want to get these perfectly flush, because like I said, if it's off in any way, it'll actually stick up like this, or it'll stick that way when you actually interlace with all the feathers together. And it's a little off. Another cool trick is you can also use a screwdriver. This one has like a little stem, is just stick that in there and kind of twist it, and it'll start to move it. Now I got it perfectly flushed the way I want it, and all I'm gonna do, now, I didn't actually have tacky glue. I prefer tacky glue. It's kind of in a brown bottle with some gold letters on it. I like that kind of glue, but today on the show I have Elmer's glue. And working here at the tribe, I had to go to Head Start, and I stole this from the Head Start when they weren't looking. I stole it from a kid that was eating it, but you know, it's better I use it than him. So all I'm gonna do, I don't really like to use the little tops. So I'm just gonna like douse my finger with it. And I imagine this tasted pretty good to that kid because he was gnawing on it. So all I'm gonna do is wet my finger, and we're just gonna like submerge it in the glue and wrap it around, and we're gonna let it like dry for a little bit. But you just wanna get really, really saturated. Because like I said, you know, you want this to stay on there forever. And the glue will harden, and once it hardens, you know, it's gonna be perfect. So wrap it around, saturate it, and we're almost done. From here on out, all we got to do is pierce the side of here, and then we're going to interlace it with some another thread. And what I like to do is actually put beads in here, just kind of space out the feathers. So here in this next segment, I'm going to show you how to do that. Now we have come to the most important part of bustle making. It's what I call, I'm not sure what the word is for it, but I call it piercing. We're gonna pierce the side of the feather and go all the way through it. Like I said, you know, this is a cool part from the style that I do it. As a lot of people like to jab, like, you know, dowel rods all the way through it, but since I didn't go all the way through it, it's hollow. It's a whole lot easier to do. Because, you know, all I got to do is pierce one side, pierce the other side. Now, I've done this before, and a long time ago, I used to use a drill bit. You know, I used to go through it and drill it. I found that it weakens the feather, so I don't like to use that anymore. And that came from a lot of mistakes that I used to do. So I don't like to use any drill bits anymore, no drills or anything. I like to go old style and actually use an awl. Cool trick that I've learned as working with this, you know, with the stems, is if you heat this up with a lighter, it goes through almost like butter. And the cool part is, you know, like if I were to pierce it just with the awl itself, it could crack the stem and actually cause a crack, which later on could go all the way down the stem, damaging the stem, and you might have to do some repair work. So what I like to do is I like to take my lighter here, and what I'm going to do is I'm just going to heat the stem up. And I'm going to get the pretty hot, you know, pretty warm. And when I do that, it's just going to, you know, it'll pierce it right through. Now, before I do that, piercing these feathers, you know, like this is one way I like to do it. I like to pierce right close to like where this feather starts. You know, I've seen a lot of people go here and here, but I like to get it like a little uniform here. Now, fancy dance bustles, you might want to go a little bit further, just depending on the style that you want to do. But for this traditional bustle, since I'm not having a lot of room to work with, I'm just going to go right here. Now, if you're making fancy dance bustles, you don't want to keep the stem way out there, because after a while, the density of it tends to weaken. And plus, dancing fancy, you know, you're always jumping around. It could snap one of these really easily, and you don't want to drop one of these eagle feathers. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pierce this kind of up high. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to heat this up, get this all nice and hot, get it sterilized, and it looks like it's getting pretty hot. Now I can give myself some tattoos, and all right. There. Now it looks pretty hot. I'm going to keep it as hot as I can get it. And I'm just going to, I want to keep it straight and see how it went perfectly through. I'm still eyeballing it straight all the way through. And see, it comes through. And like I said, you know, like once it's hot, it goes through really easy. Just like that. And you don't have to worry about it cracking the stem and stuff like that. And I think the heat actually gives it a little density. It gives a little strength too. So I'm going to make sure it goes through on both sides. And now we have a perfect eyelet right there. Now all we got to do is interlace it with my other thread and put some beads in there for spacers. You're going to be doing this for every single feather. So now we're going to do a little close-up on showing you how to interlace the bustle. At the bottom, you see I actually interlace it with a shoestring. This keeps the bustle together, and once you tie it tight, it holds the bustle and at the very bottom together. Here at the very top, I'm going to interlace my thread, actually spacing out with different size beads. Now, the feathers that I'm working with are different sizes. Eagle feathers are kind of known for that. So what I do is I usually lace them up with 2 to 3 to 1 style of beads, depending on the size of the feather. This kind of gives me the form and the shape that I'm looking for. So once I tie the knot at the very top, what I like to do is I like to lace another piece of string. That way I can tie it onto the backboard's poles. This will actually, you can bend these poles and actually shape the backboard to give the bustle a different kind of shape that is desired. That's pretty much what I do with all the styles of bustles that I make. Okay, now we'll come to the part where we're gonna actually, well, if you see, I've already interlaced some of this already, but it's very simple. Take my pony beads, which I find, most craft stores. These ones are easier to find. I'm just gonna go with the easy white color. Now, one thing I do as far as bustle making, I like to put a lot of beads in there. This way, that way when I actually do fine tune it and shape it, all I can do is I take my handy dandy needle nose and I'll bust beads to get a perfect shape. So go ahead and put, like 4 beads, 3 beads in there. It's gonna look crazy at the very beginning. I mean, trust me, it's not gonna look right, but I only do that for a purpose, because once I start putting it up, I don't tie everything down or fine tune it, but it allows me to fine tune because I can actually bust the beads and get the shape that I want. So going with this, like the top ones, I'm only going to use 2 beads. I've already done 3 beads down here, but I'm still going to get the shape of it. So that's one thing you have to look at. And one thing I did forget to mention is sometimes I like to do one side of the feathers. So I'll do one side of the wings as far as the extension, and then I'll go back and reference it to the other side. That way they're uniform. So what I'll do is, if you look, this one is the exact same feather as this one, but it's the opposite. But it looks perfectly, and it actually lines up perfectly at the tips. So if you look, the length is perfectly the same, and they're all sequential. So every single feather is equal to its brother. That's what I like to call as brothers. So each feather, is the same size as its brother. Now all I'm going to do is just interlace this with the hole that we pierced. And at the bottom, the eyelet that we made with the zip ties, I'm going to use that for my base string. And all we do is pierce that through, and bam. Now we're almost finished. Sometimes I'll tie one side over here, that way I get a little bit of structure, but from there I'm going to put this on the backboard and we're going to fine tune it the way I want it to shape. Like I said, I've got a little bit more beads in here than I actually would when I'm fine tuning it, but that's one we're going to go from there. Is we're going to start busting beads. That's the fun part. So now we'll come to my favorite part. This one is where the beads are going to fly everywhere. What I'm looking for is I look at our finished product here. It's almost our finished product, but I look for the gaps between the feathers. One thing is you have to shape these feathers back and forth. You can bend them up and down, but after the finger feathers, the top fingers, there's kind of like a little gap between here, and that's what I'm kind of looking for. I want to get these uniform, so all I'm going to do is take my needle nose and I'm going to bust some beads. Not shoot myself in the face, and then I'm just going to push them down, and then I'm going to see how that lays. This is what I call fine tuning, like a bustle. You kind of just pull the string, and once it's knotted on one side, you can work with it and just pull it until it actually tightens up. And I want to get a good space between there. I don't want to get them too bunched up because I want everyone to see the vibrant colors of feathers. So I'm just going to space them out, keep spacing. And I'm going to look, and I'm going to try to make them uniform on both sides. But this also will give me the cup that I have. Like that's what it kind of bows out to. So I'm going to go through and start busting some beads right here. And then here in a minute, I'm going to show you what it looks like when I'm done. So here I go. Come on. This is like the best part of actually making bustles. So I'm just busting beads and pushing it down. The more I bust beads, the better the cup's gonna get. There's one right there. Now it comes to the finished product. You know, this is gonna be our round bustle. I got a little bit more shaping to do, so I'm gonna do that. Sometimes just remember when you actually shape your feathers, you can actually bend these out. You know, bend these back and forth gently, and it'll actually get the feather to stay. So I'm gonna do some more shaping. I have a finished product here for a little bit. I think on the next episode, we're gonna start doing some backboard. So I'll show you how to construct a backboard for your bustles. You can utilize that for fancy dance bustles, traditional bustles, and you know, pretty much what other bustles you're working with. So now we're at the conclusion of our show. I want to thank everyone out there for tuning in with me, Joaquin Lone Lodge, here on Making Regalia. I'm bringing you more shows that I'm coming up with, and I want to thank everyone out there with powwows.com and Facebook for giving us likes. Once again, thank you for tuning in. Ha-ho.
Making Regalia is made possible in part by War Child Society, designers of native apparel, t-shirts, decals, and more. War Child Society, more savage than average. Visit warchildsociety.com to learn more.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Oh no. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Kyle and some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt, that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so.
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Haho, da hasahatawana, nuhu hitasinani, na hanana enani, cha.
Thank you for watching Cheyenne and Arapaho Television.
If you're talking, they will hear you. Oh no. Every single time.
Oh, we're getting killed.
Yeah, well, Kyle's not here.
How come?
Kicked off the team. Didn't Tim tell you? Colin, some other kids got caught drinking beer in the park a couple of nights ago.
Really?
Yeah. Zero tolerance. He's out for the season.
Come on, it's a first offense, right?
That we know of. But why should that matter? He knew not to drink. I've made it clear to Matt that's what we expect from him. What have you said to Tim?
Nothing really. You know, a lot of kids try it at this age, so...
Yeah, well, a lot of kids don't try it too. I'm not saying that Matt's gonna be this perfect kid, but if I don't tell him what we expect and why he shouldn't drink, how's he gonna know?
You think kids that age really listen?
They never admit it, Bill, but they hear more than you think.
Talk. They hear you. For more information about talking with kids about underage drinking, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
If you're talking, they will hear you.
We all want our kids to grow up safe and healthy, so we show them how. And we tell them with honest conversations that let them know what we expect. Not just one time.
Waking up to see you is like awakening in the morning sun. Wanting to be near you just to hear about the things you've done. Hoping every new day can begin the way this one's done.
Hi, it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Wait, I should say that in Arapaho. Hithati Nana Habethan. Raven na asi'ina. I just said it's good to see you. My name is Raven. Can you say that? Just the first part. Hithati Nana Habethan. Very good. If you want to tell someone your name, you just say your name, then na asi'ina. Raven na asi'ina. Can you do it? Sounds good. Would you like to meet my friends? You would? That's great. Okay, let's see. Let's meet Blossom. She's a little bear cub, and she's kind of shy. Well, okay, she's more than a little shy. She's the youngest of my animal friends. Then there's Daisy. She's a red fox. She's very smart and sometimes has to keep her other friends out of trouble. This is Justin. He's a very busy beaver. Sometimes he really needs Daisy to keep him out of trouble. Here's Flash. Flash is a turtle. He's Justin's best friend. Sometimes he doesn't move as fast as he talks. And this is Thundercloud. He's a bald eagle who flies high above and beyond bright red flats. We always look forward to him sharing his stories and wisdom with us. Hey, I wonder what today's word of the day is. You guys want to find out? Me too. Ne'ebahat. You know, one person who I respect very much is Ne'ebahat. She teaches me all kinds of things about our tribe. She tells me stories that she learned from her grandma. She made these moccasins I'm wearing right now. I guess someone who has lived for a long time They know a lot of stuff and probably can't do as much stuff as they used to. That's why we're supposed to respect our elders and help them as much as we can. That's what Justin and Daisy are talking about right now.
Hey, Daisy, you ready to go to the movie?
Well, I was going to talk to you about that. I know we had planned on going to a movie, but I thought maybe we could do something else.
Like what?
Like go over to Mrs. Fletcher's house.
You mean Mrs. Fletcher, that old lady?
Yes, she lives by herself in that old house, and you've seen her fence, right?
Yeah, that thing is rugged. The county ought to make her tear it down.
It's not that bad. Nothing a little paint won't fix.
I still say it's rugged and ratchet. I suppose I could tear it down for her myself, you know. Of course, trees are more my thing.
Well, I think we should go over and paint it for her.
God, how long would that take?
Probably most of the day at least.
Let's see now. All of today, let's just call that 8 hours.
At least 8 hours today.
At $8 an hour, that would be $64. That's not bad, but we still have to supply labor and materials, so we need a nice profit. So, we could call it an even $100.
$100? What are you talking about?
Money, baby, you know, the greenbacks, the cheddar, the moolah, the cabbage bones, man, bread, some dough, clams, simoleons, some scratch.
Justin, we're not doing it for money. She can't afford that. I thought we'd do it for free.
I must be hearing things because it sounded like you said paint it for free.
I did say that.
Why? Why would we want to go and do all that for free?
Because it's the right thing to do. We're supposed to be generous and help our elders. Don't you ever listen?
You know what? You do what you gotta do. I'm gonna go see a movie later.
Hey, I thought you were gonna go see a movie with Daisy.
Well, I was, until she decided to go work for Mrs. Fletcher for free.
She's such a sweet old lady. She's my friend Newa.
Yeah, you too? What is the deal with everybody being so nice?
Don't you remember when your mom was in a hospital?
Yeah, she was there for about a week. So?
Remember how there was always food on the table? And the house got cleaned? Who do you think did all that?
My dad, I guess. I don't remember.
No way. Your dad was at work. It was Mrs. Fletcher and some other ladies from our tribe.
So she made a few bucks. Hey, I'm just trying to get paid myself.
No, they did it for free, out of love for your family. It's called giving.
Well, whatever. I can't afford to give anything because I don't have much money.
Justin, giving is not always about money. It's about being generous with your time and talents.
Oh, I get it. Helping each other out. Just because. Well, that does make a lot of sense.
Good. I say we go help.
Sure. Maybe she'll fix us some lunch.
Jesse. 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 Niece. 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 Nessa. 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 La besje bet, da le e bet, hitta haula. no, that's it. Ha da na I ni hit. Na he, na nan, nay a bad. Na he, na nan, na bish you bad. Na ni, na hit it. Wakati, ye, na ch, ni ato, ni he ha. Kaku, da ni hit. Nino Wuna Jause Nibi Kafa Na Bishu Pet Na Nibi Kafa Ne a Behead. You know, there are a lot of things I love about my tribe. One of my favorite things is fried bread. There are so many people who make it. Some make it small, some make it big, some make it fluffy, and some make it really sweet. Makes wonderful fried bread. She let me into her kitchen. Want to see a TV story about it? You do? Okay, here it goes.
My grandma raised me, and she used to make fried bread all the time for like benefit dances and powwows and stuff, and I used to help her.
This is the ingredients where you put the baking soda, salt, and sugar.
I remember she made it every weekend because she was in I grew up in Sealing, and she was in a sewing club. They called themselves the Rusty Needles, but she was always stuck making, well, not really stuck making fried bread, but she was always making it. And I remember she'd make like ice chestfuls, like 2 or 3 every weekend. Whether they were on head staff or not, she used to always do that because we used to always go out to Fonda for benefit dances, and she always made fried bread. Sometimes I didn't want to do it, and sometimes she made me because she needed help. I mainly just flattened out the bread and handed it to her, and she would stick it in the skillet. I wasn't old enough to flip it and stuff yet, so that's all I got to do.
I use self-rising flour. I use egg, powdered milk, baking powder, salt, and sugar, and just mix it all up. I need a corn soup. I don't really know like the exact measurements, but.
Oh, so you don't measure it, or you do?
I don't.
What's your job here?
To flip it. Hey.
You're fried bread flipper?
Yeah.
It's easy to screw it up because I made it pretty much almost like every day for a year until I got it to the way I wanted it, and then I just made it every so often.
Have you ever burned any really badly?
Yes. It's usually like...
I can't believe you admitted it.
I'll admit it, but it was usually like toward the end. When I'm almost done, I'll burn like one. And I usually just throw it away.
Man, that makes me hungry.
Hey, I tell you what we should do. Let's make our own fried bread.
Yeah, man. It can't be all that hard, right?
Grandma said we need some of that self-rising flour.
I got flour somewhere. Let me find it, man. I got everything we need in the kitchen here.
I don't know. We got some grease. You guys have grease over here? We need some hot grease.
Grease? Grease? Oh, yeah, we got grease, baby. We got grease.
Oh, man. I don't know about that grease.
Dude, is that grease supposed to be popping like that? I mean, really?
Oh, man, it looks dangerous.
I don't think that's right, man. Let's get out of here.
I think it's gonna blow, man. Hey, at least we made one piece, dude. Hey, you want the first bite?
No, man. You can have the honor.
Yen. 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 Yasan. 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 Nita tak. Knee talk talk. Knee talk talk. Have you ever waited and waited and waited and waited for something to happen? And then you got mad when it didn't? Sometimes it's hard to have patience, and sometimes it's really hard to be patient with other people. That's what my friend Justin is finding out right now.
Let's see. Okay, here's the number.
Thank you for calling Fry Bread Flats Pizza Pies.
Yeah, I'd like to order
home of the best pizza on the planet.
Yeah,
that's
just a
because
large
we use only the freshest ingredients.
Yeah, one pepperoni.
Like flour made from wheat right here in Fry Bread Flats, dairy products from our own farms, and pepperoni we have shipped in every day.
Okay, I just want to order.
Please hold. One of our pizza chefs will be with you any moment.
Wow.
Hello, thank you for calling Fry Bread Flats Pizza Pies. How may I help you?
Well, it's about time. I'd like to order one large pepperoni.
Can I interest you in some breadsticks?
No thanks.
Perhaps a side salad?
No, just the pizza.
Would you like to try our new liver and broccoli pizza? It's on special this week.
No, man, I just want my pepperoni pizza.
Okay, that's one large pepperoni. Would you like that with thin crust, thick crust, super thick crust, or, oh my gosh, I can't believe it's that thick crust?
What? Just regular, man. Thin is fine.
Okay, check. Alrighty, got that. Would you like to join our Pizza of the Month Club? It's a great way to check out all of our new pies and products and such.
No! I don't want to join any stupid club. I don't want any liver and broccoli, and I don't want a stinking salad. I just want you to bring me my large pepperoni pizza. Gah! I could have made my own pizza by now.
Sir, you don't have to yell at me. I'm doing the best I can. I just started here, and there's a whole lot of stuff I'm supposed to say. I'm trying to work my way through school, and my car just broke down, and my dog ate my homework.
Okay, I'm sorry I yelled at you, man. Hey, look, calm down. We can work this out. Just finish the order. Finish what you have to say.
Really?
Yeah, that's fine. I'll even order the breadsticks.
Okay. Now, what sauce would you like with those? Would you like garlic, parmesan, teriyaki, mild, medium, medium hot, extra hot, burn a hole in your mouth hot, ranch, liver and onions?
Nisada. 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 Siada. Diada. Diada.
There was a big tree in the forest when all things were new to one another. All things were growing in wisdom and knowledge. As the big tree grew, the wind could hardly move it about anymore as it could the others. The wind didn't know why this was and became angry that one was stronger than it was. The wind wasted away days trying to figure out how to weaken this tree. So the wind decided to blow with all its might to make it lean, but the tree wouldn't lean. The wind became angry and now wanted the tree to fall. It decided to try a cold, mean wind, and all that happened to the tree was the leaves fell and another small scar on its life. When the wind saw the leaves fall, it thought it was a matter of time before the tree would become weak enough to blow over. The wind left and would come back later and see. The tree shivered, and with the knowledge of the cold wind, it learned how to make itself stronger for when it became cold again. Soon after, the wind came back and saw the leaves on this big tree again and became very angry. The wind was older now and stronger than before. It blew a very hot wind, and the tree branches weakened enough to wither the leaves off again. The wind smiled and left, thinking it was the most powerful again. It left for another short time and came back. It saw another scar on the tree. The wind saw this tree look stronger than ever before. The wind was now tired and wanted to see what made this tree so powerful. It had survived its warmest power it could give. The wind decided to ask the tree. The wind spoke. Tree, what is it that makes you so strong? The tree's leaves quivered as it answered the wind. Tree says, I am strong because I know my Creator. I know my mother. I know my relatives that use me for a home. I can't let them down. This is why I am so strong. My roots are deep, and my mother and her heart is touched by my roots. Even you, wind, are related to me. When you are kind, you provide for me also. When I am cold, you warm me. When I am warm, you cool me. Even when I am thirsty, you bring the clouds to me so I can drink. The wind was feeling bad and said, I have been so alone for so long, and no one likes me, so I become angry. The tree said, we all need each other always. All is relative to one another. All needs one another. Don't ever be angry with ones that love you. The wind cried as it kissed the tree, and together they created dew. The wind smiled when the leaves on the tree shook. The tree said, from now on, my friend, my leaves will shake when I feel you. And remember, you are not alone.
Ha-ho, hasinihit wakusa. Nibasithajot wakusa.
Habehina Wathanahaina Na Janacha Ehatahe no
Niona Niithet Hinan Wakising.
Ha-ho Habehina Ha'ait Na Ha'aitha
Niona Niithet Hinan Wakising.
Ha-ho Habehina Gahyahai Na Janacha Esathaya A
Niona Niithet Hinan Wakising.
Ha-ho
Gotcha hayo Niithet Hinan Wakising.
Ah, Na Anabethan Bihathethan
Ha-ho Wahusa Niisinihinith Hinan Wakising.
Ah, Na I have a question for you. Have you ever been scared? I have. There's all sorts of stuff that can be scary to kids, like snakes, big spiders, and the dark. Hey! Who turned out the lights? Wow, I hope that doesn't happen again. Where was I? Oh, yeah. Sometimes kids are scared by stuff that shouldn't really scare them at all. That's what my friend Blossom and Thundercloud are talking about right now. I can't do it. I can't do it. This is going to be bad.
What's the matter, Blossom?
I'm supposed to give a speech in my class, and I'm scared. I can't do it.
Why are you afraid?
I might make a mistake, and the other kids might laugh at me. This is going to be bad.
Do you remember when I carried you all the way across the forest to see your uncle?
Yes.
Do you remember how afraid you were?
Yes, there was a bad storm and we could hardly even see.
Do you remember when we went through the clouds?
Yeah, they were thick and heavy that day.
Yes, but when we flew above the clouds, what happened?
The sun was shining.
That's right. The sun was shining. There was light on the other side of the clouds.
Well, how does that help me with my speech?
Blossom, you being scared by the speech is just like a big cloud. But you have to realize there is light on the other side. Our Creator is always there. Even when we're surrounded by clouds, and even the darkest, scariest clouds can only hide the light for a short time. Sometimes you have to fly above the clouds to find the light.
So if I get through my fears for just a little bit, things will be okay? Is that what you mean?
Blossom, there will always be clouds, but you can't be scared of them. Most of the time, they're just big and ugly and can't even hurt you. You just have to remember to look for the light on the other side.
Ha-ho, Thundercloud, ha-ho.
Blossom learned an important lesson today. She learned that you can't let fear control your actions. What would have happened if she didn't make her speech at all? She probably would have gotten a bad grade when she was more than capable of making a good one. You see, it's always good to be careful, but you can't wait around for bad things to happen. Sometimes they do, sometimes they don't. Sometimes things happen that are totally out of our control. But each one of you has something inside, something that will help you get through the bad things. You're much stronger and braver than you might think you are. Each one of you has something special that the Creator gave you. You have your own greatness, and it's up to you to figure out what it is. And do great things. Hachanalbethan.
Well, can you believe it? We're almost out of time. I had a lot of fun today, and I hope you did too. I also hope you learned some things here in Fry Bread Flats. Do you remember your Arapaho numbers? What if I said ne'e back? Yeah, that's our word of the day. Here's another one. Hechanalhabethan. Can you say that? Hechanalhabethan. That means I'll see you again. And I will. Next time, right here in Fry Bread Flats.
And in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling too. You're such an easy smile. And in a little while, I know that I'll be smiling too.
reason why we are doing this week is because it is the week of the young child. We're blessed to have you all here to celebrate in a good way.
We started at right on time today, so we have nothing to worry about. Just enjoy ourselves and honor our little kids here today. This is their day. Aho, looking good. Awesome, awesome.
Our 3 Head Start centers and then our 2 child care centers. There's a lot of work to it. Yes, there's a lot of planning. You had to contact a lot of different people.
Everyone seems to be having a good time and enjoying themselves, and that's all that matters, and that's what's important.
I just see a lot of smiles, a lot of just happy faces today.
I appreciate everybody coming out. I appreciate all the parents that are here, the grandparents, all the educators that are here. They do so much for our kids.
All right, looking good. Thank you, singers. Thank you, dancers.
A lot of the kids, hi, Grandma. They come up and give me a quick hug, and it melts my heart, and it makes me feel good to know that I've touched their lives and they know who I am.
Let's learn some Arapaho.
We are back. Thanks for tuning back in with Making Regalia with Joaquin Lone Lodge. We're finishing up our segment on how to do flat stitch beading. I have some pieces that we got into before. How I do the setup to get to my beading templates and my beading medias. This, I want to emphasize this flat stitch is kind of a new contemporary style of beading. It's not your traditional loom work, your gourd stitch, or your lazy stitch. But I find it very, time efficient because I can bead really fast this way. I'm not saying I'm the best beader out there, and I don't think I ever will be. It's just that this style of beading it helps me out because it's very time efficient. And so what we're going to do later is I'm going to show you the mechanics on how I do my beading, and we're going to go through all the step-by-steps again on how I got these steps. So starting with from the last show, I showed you how I use construction paper, crib felt, and heap on to get my pieces together. Most styles a long time ago, they would use buckskin or any other styles of leather to actually bead upon. Now today in the Powell world, I'm not saying this is more traditional style, but this is kind of more set for Powells. It's more towards to be more durable. I know like working with buckskin is very durable, but sometimes nowadays in Powell styles it's not really efficient. I mean, me myself, I've beaded. I've actually had old style moccasins, which are, accompanied with leather pieces, rawhide and whatnot. Around the Powell circuit, I'm actually dancing like every weekend. Every weekend I'm here, I'm either in Canada, California, all over the nation. And my moccasins take a beating, and I know my grandmother makes traditional moccasins, does not like my style of beating. But I want to apologize to her, and I want to apologize to all the traditional beaters out there. It's just the style I do is just a little bit more durable for me to continue dancing every weekend and travel. So, like I said, get back into it. First, I did show how we, I'm doing a set for my daughter as far as a legging set. I kind of showed how I use copy paper, regular, copy machine paper, to get her foot size, which I'm going to use this foot size later to cut out a rawhide, and then I'll tack this down. So what I did is, I drew her foot out, and then from there, I drew this template. And this is going to be the top piece of her moccasin. You'll see, I have like the little lip, and when you put it together and fold it around, you can kind of see in 3D how the moccasin's going to look. So pretty much this takes a little bit of time, at least with copy paper, you can mess up and you're not going to be working with very expensive materials as far as buckskin and stuff. You can mess up and, chunk these out and, throw them away. And, I remember when I first tried this out, I had a big pack, stack of just, crumpled up paper. But, after time, I finally started to figure out like how to custom fit it. So best part about it is use copy paper because it's very inexpensive, very cheap. And you can throw it away, mess it up, do it again. But once you get this, you get your template. And what I did also is I got her leg template here, which I discussed the last episode. This will be her legging once it rolls around. It's cut at an angle, if you see, like from here to there, because that emphasizes, like her arch and also her calf muscle. So when it wraps around, it should fit perfectly. I cut out little 2 notches. This is to hold the legging in place so it doesn't spin around. So that's kind of how I do my template for that. Now once you have your copy paper, what you'll do is use your crib felt and construction paper. So I transferred this, just using this, I traced this on the construction paper, cut out my construction paper, then I use heat bond. And then I heat bonded it to the crib felt, which you can buy all these supplies at Walmart or Hobby Lobby or anywhere, any craft store. And then from there, I just cut this out and came here. And since I think I talked about this earlier last episode, I'm going to be making a matching set. So me and my daughter, like when this is finished, hopefully, we'll actually have a matching set. So of course this will be yellow and everything will correlate with my beadwork, and everyone's going to know, that's my daughter, and, that's her dad. So that's the cool part. It's kind of something I wanted to do for her. When you get to the crib felt, like I said, this is pretty cool because you can always use pencil, just very gently draw your designs out. If you mess up, you can always take the eraser and erase any line marks or anything you don't really feel comfortable with. Use the pencil first before you use pen because you can kind of get the better idea how it's going to look, and you can fine tune it from here to there, and later on you can go in and do pen. Once the pin is down, that's pretty much it. I mean, either that or you can always scrap it. But, like when you get to these mediums aren't very expensive. This is a little bit more inexpensive than, your traditional like buckskin. I mean, if you ever did pin on buckskin, that's pretty much it. That's all she wrote. There's no really getting that pin out of there. There are ways, but, sometimes you will damage the buckskin itself. So, even if you do mess up or you don't like the way this looks, you don't have to keep it. You can chunk it and start over again, going through the steps that I've shown. So from there, I kind of drawn out like what I want to do for her beadwork. It correlates with my beadwork. Of course, it'll have the yellow in the background and the blue border, plus the designs that will match mine. The warriors, what I like to do is every warrior is going to be a different color. And my beadwork, I've used all different kinds as far as reds, blues. And my daughter, of course, I asked her what color she wants her warriors, and she wants them pink. I guess, you know, I guess I'm going to do a pink warrior. I've never really done a pink warrior, but, you know, what my daughter wants, my daughter gets. So from there on, you know, I'm going to do pink warrior. But here, I'm going to show you the mechanics and how I do my flat stitch. So when we've started, you know, I've laced up my needle, pretty simple, you know, it's just your average, this is 11 size needle with my thread. You know, you always tie a knot. I tie a couple of them on the very end just to make sure it's secure. Get it all ready. Sometimes what I like to do is I'll lace up a couple of needles. That way, as soon as I run out of one, you know, I've got another one ready to go. So there's no latency in time when I actually do my work. The mechanics on this is very simple. What I'll do is I'm going to come up from the bottom of your material, and you're going to come up until all the way to the knot hits the very end of it. Then you're going to load your beads. This style is different, and it kind of takes a little bit of understanding how it works. What I'll do is I'll load my beads, and what I could do is go all the way. I'm going to start at this very corner edge, and I'm going to go all the way down. I'm going to load this bead and probably go halfway with it with my color sequence, and I'm just going to load the beads all the way down this line, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to tack it down into the material. Once I do that, traditionally, I've always known to come back up and go through the bead every so often to tack it down. But you know, if you're not fluent with this style, it can cause gaps and it can cause ridges and it can cause the bead line to actually bump up. This style, this flat stitch, is different. Instead of actually going through the bead, what you're going to do is come up through the material and go over the line of beads. Instead of going through it, you'll just go over the line, which is very different. Mechanically, when I first saw this, I was like, well, I never thought of this, and the function of it works very well. The beads actually stay perfectly flat, and the cool part is if you're doing something very detailed, another way to do it is the spacing in the beads. If you're working on a very, very detailed project, you want it perfectly flat. You'll do every 2 beads. Me, I'll do every 4 to every 3. This set that you see here, which is my outfit, this one took a little bit more time because this is a lot of beadwork. And of course, this is an entire set. So this is 1 top apron, 1 bottom apron, 2 cuffs, full bead of moccasins. And I had this done within 6 months with help from other friends out there. So the spacing on it, I think we went every 5 beads. But if you see, you know, it still came out generally perfectly flat. Here on this one, you know, I'm going to take a little bit of time and probably do maybe every 4 beads. That way it continuously be perfectly flat. Now, if I was doing a crown, I might do every 2 because that's going to be my crowning achievement. So go right into it and get into the mechanics of it. I'm going to start right at the very tip of this corner and pierce just like so, and make sure the knot is all the way down. You know, if you look on the back, you know, it's in there. You know, it's kind of like your stopping point, and you know, this gives it a little bit of stability. So from there, I'm just going to load up my beads. This one, you know, I'm going to do this black and white line that I'm going to go all the way around. It kind of this black and white line, kind of more traditional style beading design, but what other colors that you have in it, it brings out your colors and makes it a little bit pop. It's kind of I would say a little bit of a buffer of a color. So I'm just going to load my needle, go every 5 black, 5 white. If I can get it on there. All right, I got 3. Come on. And you'll notice, you know, some beaders, they'll use dishes, some bead right straight off the line. Sometimes I prefer doing it right off the line. It just seems faster. My mom, and you know, my mom's always like, she always puts all her beads in like a saucer, and she likes to fish them out this way, which is cool. Me, I find it a little time consuming. I just like to bead off the line, but I had some of these beads left over, so I guess I'm just going to use this. Which is a funny story because I remember my mom, she is an avid loom worker, and she does a lot of loom work and has like 3 years. And one time, one of my brothers was like really little, and she was babysitting him, and she kind of broke into her room and was playing around with all her stuff. And sometimes my mom likes to correlate her beads in certain little patches on her dish. And my little brother went in there with his pinky and swirled them all around. My mom was super mad. But I didn't take the blame for that. I didn't do it, so. Let's see. So as you see, I'm just loading this needle up, loading down the line every 5, and then switching colors back and forth. So I'm gonna dish these out. And like I said, I'm just gonna go continually down this line. But what I want to emphasize is when you're beading this style, always don't skimp on stuff, because you never know, this stuff might be lasting for somebody else, like behind you. I know I've had beadwork that I passed down, one of my cousins, or, just in general, just anybody, that, wants to dance, or, give them a chance, that way, it will continue on. Okay, I'm going to stop here in a minute. See 5 more. If I can get it in there. I am a faster beater. I guess it's just me being on camera that, I don't know, it's taking a little bit of time to fish these out. You guys out there in Hollywood are getting me nervous. Okay, is that 5? Yeah, it's 5. Okay. So what we do is we've got our line of beads. And what we're going to do is, like I said, I'm just going to tack this down through the material. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to come up every 4, and instead of going through the bead, I'm actually going to go over the line of beads. And this will make everything perfectly flat. Now, when you do this style, what you want to do is give yourself a little bit of leeway. Don't tack it. Don't push these beads all the way down and tack it right there. Because what's going to happen is once you go over the line, it's going to start to push these beads back. So you want to give yourself a little bit of space. If not, you're going to have to come out with some needle nose, and at the very end of here, when you get down this line, you might have to bust a couple of beads, which is it's kind of hard to do, and you really got to be careful when you do it. I've done it, and I've actually cut my line before, and then you'll have to come back through the beads itself to hold it down. Like I said, I'm just going to give myself a little bit of space, to play with. So I come down, and if you see, it's in there. It's right in there. Okay, so I gave myself a little bit of space, and if you can see, I can move the beads back and forth, and it's not super tight. You don't want to get super tight, because like I said, you'll probably have to bust like one of these beads back here. And with dealing with color sequence like this, it might throw your beads off going around the circle. So coming around, I'm going to go every 4. So what I'm going to do is just come up on the side of the bead line, just like so. Come up the side, pull this tight. You'll see, come on the back. It's tight on the back. And from there, we're just going to go over the line, not through the bead, but over the line, and pierce it back down. Pulling through, and bam, we got it. So now see, these beads are pretty well tacked down. And then what we'll do is we'll skip up to the next 4, come up. Let's see. And going down. Just like so. And if you see on the back, it's just going to go all the way through here. So when you get finished here, you're going to have a lot of tack marks. But, on the front part, this is going to be all perfectly flat. This allows you, this style of, like beadwork, you'll see I have a lot of just straight end designs. Doing this flat stitch, you're going to fly through this. And this also helps when you do real detailed work, because you can tack it down and go around and around edges, and if you need to just cut it here, cut it there, you can go through maybe 2 beads to 3 beads and make it real accurate. So that's why I like to do this flat stitch. Let's see. Going through. And tacking it down. And like through the power video, probably the next episode you'll see these will be done, and it's gonna seem like it took me no time at all, but I imagine I'll probably spend like nights and nights doing this, but it'll seem like only a couple seconds I'll have a pair of leggings done. you know, once you actually obtain the style, and you get comfortable, there are a lot of people always looking for other people to bead for them. And not for say, but you know, you can make a lot of money being a beader. Ta-da! We are tack this whole line down. And sometimes it does, you have to fight it to get it in there, just like so. Okay, so there, we got this whole beaded line down. And you see, I mean, it doesn't really bump up. There's not really, you know, there's no gap, and it doesn't arch up like you do on some styles of beadwork. This is perfectly flat, and that's kind of how I want it. The cool part next, you know, like right here, I'm actually going to do a multicolor like around there, and then I'll just do my fill-in work of all my yellow. This style of beadwork, you know, is like once I do one color, you can really fly through it. It's just the changing out of the colors is a little bit more time consuming, but you know, this is why I kind of like this style, because you know you can fly through most different colors. So continue on. I'm just going to go and do the same thing around. I'm going to do this whole thing black and white. Then from there, kind of do a multi-rainbow color, and then just do the fill-in work and do this real detailed design here. I kind of want to show you how I'm going to do my fill-in work. You see, I started a line going down like on this one design, and I'm going to show you how I do the fill-in work and how the style helps it out a little bit as far as going through to do the fill-in work. If you see, you know, I got a pretty good angle here between this design. I'm going to fill this all in blue, so this border is all going to be blue, like outside these colors. So what I'm going to do is to fill this in, you know, I'm going to start beading, and my lines are going to go this way, all the way down. So you have your straight ends this way, and that'll be the directions of my bead line. So at the very corner, right in the corner, I'm going to just add one bead, and then from there I'm going to add maybe, depending on how it feels, maybe like 2 beads to 3 beads to kind of start building it up, and then from there maybe 5 beads, just generally to start to fill it in. And you know, when you're dealing with, you know, as far as number wise, like 1 bead, you don't have to do anything, you know, you just have to do it once. And see, kind of lay it flat, kind of get a good feel for it. But you'll see, you know, like how I fill this in and how I get my lines all perfect. So there's 1 bead. I just want to get close to it and pull this up. And you can fish around, you know, just try 2 beads and just kind of see how it looks. And if you need more, you can add like another bead. And we're going to position it right next to it. And it looks like 2 beads is going to be perfect for it. So I'm just going to go through and tack this down. And you see my lines are hopefully straight. I said hopefully. You know, just kind of take some time, you know, and if you don't feel right, if it doesn't look right too, always, you know, don't over skimp on it. You know, you can always pull your lines up, your bead thread up, and pull these beads out if it doesn't look fluent to you. Because, you know, this reflects on you, and as far as your technique and, you know, how much time you want to put into it. And I don't like to rush beadwork or something, because, you know, you really want to take some time to make things look good. And, you know, if you got a project, and I've always been that way, you know, it's always trying to fight, like trying to stay up at night, trying to knock something out. And I hate doing it because sometimes you lose your design work as far as time. And, you know, you want to take time out to do a really good job. So if you're going to start a project, at least kind of space out where, you know, you have enough time to finish it. I know it's always, you know, the beginning of Palo season, people hit me up and, oh, JR, I need this, JR, I need that. And sometimes I have to tell them no. And it's just like, I hate doing that, but, you know, I'd rather not skimp on my design work. And see, if you see, you know, I just went one bead, the 2 bead, the 3 bead. Now I'm going 4. I'm probably just going to go up and over on that 4 line, just to hold everything down and make everything like flat. So go up and over, and that's all you really got to do with this mechanics of this style of beadwork. And everything should hopefully come out perfectly flat. Out there someday, you know, there's always gonna be someone else that wants to dance and participate, and you never know, you know, the outfit that you had a long time ago, you think, oh, you know, this is, you know, like this is my old stuff, and you know, to somebody else, that's gonna be like Christmas, just to, you know, get that opportunity to come out there and dance. So like I said, all I'm doing is just kind of laying this down, kind of looking at it, making sure it's kind of where the set where I want it to, and just adding a bead and or taking one away when needed. And I think we're up to 6 beads, so I'll come up right in the middle of them between 3, and just go over the line. That way, you know, they'll just stay tacked down perfectly. Now, I know a lot of people like out there, you know, they'll stick to, you know, using cotton or nylon, and that's cool. You know, it's just I like this nylon thread. I don't really care for too much for beeswax. You know, my mom used to use it a long time ago, and I know it's to keep this line together and functional. But I find that, you know, just beading, you know, straight up with this vinyl, I mean this nylon thread, it doesn't really seem to gunk up too much. Now the cotton threads, you know, you'll have to untangle them sometimes, but that's all you use, like, you know, pretty much beeswax to do, is to keep it from tangling up. So, but you know, once you start beading, you'll find that once you get your technique down, it is very therapeutic. I mean, there's times that, you know, I just sit there and, you know, I'll even sit there and watch TV and just bead away. And bam. Okay, now if you can kind of see right here, you know, what we have is we have like 1 bead, 2 bead, 3 bead, you know, all the way up. And the way I said, you know, like I do, is what I'll do is I'll just tack it onto the line and come down and just add a bead here and there when I need it. That kind of gives it the dimension of, you know, the triangle space that we're working with. Here and there, you know, you can just add one, take one away. Here in a little bit, you know, I'll be coming up over the line, tack it down maybe 2 times, because I think we'll be next one up like 4. We're going to continue on beading, and you know, hopefully, you know, like this technique will help you out in whatever endeavors that you're going to be looking at. And you know, if you missed an episode, or you want to like rewind, or you want to see something that I've done before, you can always tune into catv47.com. That's where all the shows are hosted. That's where all the episodes are, and you can rewind and watch them over again. And you know, in case if you missed something. Next episode, I think we're going to get into, I'm going to do a little girl's jingle dress, kind of to do some ribbon work. I'm going to show you a really cool trick on how to do that. And then, you know, I'll show the progression on how this beadwork's coming along. You know, I'm hoping that, you know, this technique will help you out, and, you know, hopefully it'll make you guys famous as far as beadworkers. And, you know, just remember, like, kind of mention me when you actually become famous. But thanks again for tuning in. This is JR Lone Lodge with Making Regalia. I hope.
This Friday night, you, me, Raw Gizzards, hit me back. Later. She'll never be able to resist. Oh, well, hello. That was my good friend Elvira. You might have heard of her. She's quite the screamer. This is Creepy Cheapy Theater. I'm your host, Uncle Zeke, the late night freak. And today we're going to bring to you... Oh, hold on. Ooh, look at that. Hello. Yes, how are you doing? Oh, really? Well, that's unfortunate. Well, I hope you two have a horrible time. Well, apparently, I was too late. I guess the Wolfman's already courted her for the weekend. Dang that guy. Or maybe she has a thing for short, ugly guys. Speaking of short, ugly guys, tonight's creepy feature stars one of the original freaks by the name of Quasimodo. Yes, I'm speaking of The Hunchback of Notre Dame. This silent film, made in 1923, gave a boost in confidence to all the short, ugly guys out there. And here we are, 100 years later, and they still riding that wave. Well, I hope you enjoy the film anyway, and can we get Wolfman taken off our movie list, please? Yeah, we're not gonna do that. Elvira, if you're watching.
1 in 3 adults has prediabetes. Take the risk test at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Well, I just want to know, in the 150 years we've known each other, you've never given me the chance. But seriously, the Wolfman? The Wolfman of all people. He stays out all night, howl at the moon. Oh, you guys enjoying the movie? Well, yeah, you guys just keep on enjoying it. Yeah. But, okay, well, what about next week? Oh, next week's busy too. Well, let me guess. The Wolfman.
Thank you.